Imagine being on a date at the best restaurant in town, and then the waiter trips and drops his tray full of live lobster, and one of them pinches you. And this is not even the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. Let's take it from the beginning. My mom was a Red Cross advocate for women's rights, and my dad was her bodyguard, so they were always off to this gala or the other, and they left us back with an army of nannies. And when I say us, I mean me and the Chaos Crew, also known as my 5 younger siblings. Food battles, mud fights, glitter bombs, they were so extra. Even Mary Poppins would snap her little umbrella and shuffle up a chimney to escape from them. Every time another nanny left, we got the talk.
I'm disappointed in all of you, but especially you, Martha. You're the oldest. You should lead by example.
I haven't done anything.
Exactly. How are you supposed to become a leader of the future if you can't even lead your siblings?
If you were home teaching us instead of running around, I wouldn't have to take charge.
What I do is important.
More important than your family? When Mom didn't immediately reply, my heart shattered. I rushed to my room and locked it when Mom came to talk to me later.
Martha, I'm sorry. Of course I love you.
Then don't go.
I have to. But we'll talk when we come back. I promise.
Maybe it's better if you never come back. It was like fate really had a twisted sense of humor and heard me. Mom and Dad did not return from their last trip to the Amazon. I felt like it was my fault that they didn't return. My punishment. The police sent out search parties and even used drones to look at their plane that disappeared, but they couldn't find anything. It's a lot, right? But stay with me. You've already liked and subscribed, haven't you? Don't cry. Mom and Dad will come back. Dad's a tough bodyguard and Mom's faster than a tiger. I'll take care of you in the meantime. I'll be a leader, Mom, just like you wanted. Please come back. But I was only 15 and I knew nothing about adulting. I was suddenly surrounded by lawyers asking me questions and making me sign things. Just pretend you know what you're doing and you'll be fine. Yeah, it wasn't fine. One of my mom's lawyers turned out to be a total snake. He conned his way into getting guardianship over everything, and then he kicked us out and took control of all the assets. You can't do this!
Oh, what? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you over the sound of all the money you just signed off to me.
Wait until Mom and Dad are back. They'll send you to jail.
You mean when they come back from the jungle? Well, I've got a fortune to spend. Goodbye.
I was super angry, but I didn't have time for it. The Chaos Crew had turned into a miserable bunch, and I needed to take care of them first. Right, first step, let's find a place to live. We all put our birthday cash together, and it was enough for a couple of months' rent. Finding someone willing to rent to a group of teenagers was quite a challenge. So I had this crazy idea to dress up like an old lady and somehow managed to get us a lease. Luckily, it was still the summer holidays, so I had time to take up all the gigs I could find, like a plant manager, where I literally had to water plants, cornfield pollinator, and even party entertainer. These children are wilder than my siblings. Let it go! Let it go! Ah!
Here, let me help you up.
At least my colleagues are all kind. My siblings pitched in as well. They baked tons of cookies and sold them, pretending to be Girl Scouts. And they muddied everyone's cars at night so they could offer a wash-up service in the morning. At a premium, of course. Who knew that being little devils would come in handy? By the time school started, I had turned 16, and we had all transferred to public school. I was so nervous on the first day. And then I got to class, and all the desks were already taken. Now I'll have to stand in the corner like a potted plant. But then a girl sitting in the last row waved at me. She was dressed in this bright orange shirt with space buns, and her desk was hidden under a pile of comics. Come here, we can share. There's a desk under all that? Where can I get a chair? We'll share mine. By the way, I'm Bree. You can call me Brilliant. Bree was a weirdo, but she was also pretty awesome. She gave me all her notes and knew all the juicy gossip. That girl there, her mom works in marketing, so she always knows the latest discount codes. And that one there, don't talk about her nose. We became best friends, and eventually I told her about my story. I want to save up enough cash so I can find my parents. You're so strong. I want to be like you. You're perfect the way you are. I'm not. I'm almost 17, and I've never had a boyfriend. Everyone I confess to just rejects me, and Darius doesn't even know I exist. Darius was Bree's crush and the captain of the school's chess team. Are you sure he's the right guy for you? He's the one. I can feel it. And this time, I'm going to get my confession right. Bree's plan was as crazy as she was. She got dressed up as a chess piece and painted the whole club room as a giant chessboard with a banner that said, "Will you be my checkmate?" But when Darius walked into the door, he freaked out.
Where is it?
What?
My chessboard! There was a game I've been playing since I was a freshman!
We just moved it, there? Darius was so furious, he wanted to call the principal. And then one of his friends intervened. I didn't see who he was because I was too busy pulling a crying Bree away. Thank you, mysterious dude. After that, Bree was done with the guys. And honestly, I had my own problems to deal with. Like the time I was getting out of the shower and this gigantic cockroach came out of the drain. I screamed and hit it with the shampoo bottle, but then even more of them started crawling out. Eek! It's an invasion!
Oh yeah, it happens. Why do you think the flat was so cheap?
We tried spraying them with gas, but the crawlers kept multiplying. We need a new flat ASAP. Martha, wise up and ask for a raise. But when I showed up for my part-time gig at the party entertainer company, the door was sealed off with bright yellow FBI tape and the entire place cleared out.
Oh man, I loved this job.
At least you get to keep the costume.
What costume? These are my normal clothes.
That is very creative. I never thought I'd meet someone more colorful than Bree. Hey, wait a second. Cute, smart, and probably colorblind. He's just perfect. Jasper, how would you like to meet a friend of mine? The moment I introduced Bree and Jasper, it was insta-love. They were like two very colorful peas in a super bright pod. And shortly after, they started dating. Martha, you are a lifesaver. I was seriously starting to think I'd be a crazy cat lady forever. It was an easy match. You have so much in common. A couple of months later, it was Jasper's birthday party, and he introduced me to his sister Trinity, who was like a Wednesday to his Enid. Wow, and they came out of the same womb. I can't believe someone like Jasper found such a cute girlfriend, and I'm still single. All the boys care about is looks, and no one cares about brains. As I watched Trinity cut marshmallows into cubes and stack them into perfect columns, I realized there was at least one boy who could appreciate her, so I texted him. Oh, I hope I won't regret this. The party was in full swing when, what's Darius doing here? Actually, I invited him. What? Trust me. Hey, Darius. Hi, this is Trinity, and she likes cube-shaped marshmallows.
Round marshmallows make no sense.
Finally, someone who gets it. And just like that, Darius the ice cube started melting. See, I told you he wasn't the right one for you. She is. OMG, you're right. You're like the matchmaking queen. I realized how happy Bree's words made me. Helping other people is so cool. But fate was once again ready to kick me down because I got a call from the hospital. What happened? They're saying my brother picked up a sandwich from the bin, but it had some glass in it and now he needs stitches. This is all my fault. If we had more money, he'd never pick food from the bin. And now how am I going to pay for the operation? We don't have insurance. I even tried to call the snake lawyer, but...
Oh, I love that you think I should care. Bye.
Luckily, the operation was a success, and my brother was okay. When I got to the hospital and asked for the bill, the receptionist told me it had already been paid.
It was a young guy. There, he's just walking into the elevator.
I tried to catch up with him, but the elevator doors shut in my face. Gosh, I swear his back looks so familiar. Who is he? Thanks to my mysterious angel, the accident had resolved well, but it had shown me how much I needed a new job. After Darius and Trinity became a thing, the whole school was buzzing with the rumor that I was the one who set them up. People were begging me to find them their perfect match. Every time I opened my locker, I was buried in a pile of profiles and love letters. How do I fix this? I'm happy to help, but I can't keep doing this for everyone. I gotta focus on finding a new part-time job. Well, why don't you open a matchmaking agency? But I feel bad to ask people to pay for love. Then only ask for a donation from the successful ones. And who knows, maybe you'll find the right match for yourself as well. Right, like I have time for that. But Bree is right. This is something I'm good at. I should at least try. So the next day, I got Bree and Jasper to help me throw my first matchmaker party. By the end of the night, the donation box was bursting with cash, and everyone was coupled up. Almost everyone. As I stepped into the bathroom, a girl ran up to me, and she was dripping wet. How could you match me up with that dimwit? I told him, pass me the water, and he poured it on me. Him as in, I checked my notes. Kuro? Kuro was one of my top candidates. 1 year older than me, and a looker. Plus, he aced all his classes. Oh, and he loved hamsters, and gaming, and, to be honest, I might have stalked his online profile a bit. Can't help that he's so cute. And then he called my mom your grandma. It has to be on purpose. I'm sorry. I'll find you a new match. How about Timothy? Thankfully, Timothy was a total catch, so the girl was happy, and my reputation was saved. My agency was killing it, and my siblings and I finally moved out of Cockroachville. But to track down Mom and Dad, I needed some serious cash, and that meant tackling my biggest issue. Kuro, what's up with him? On paper, he's a catch, but every girl I set him up with comes back with a nightmare story. He took me on a boat trip, and we almost sank.
We went ice skating, but he didn't know how to stop, and we crashed.
We tried a cooking class, and he somehow managed to burn the spaghetti, set off the fire alarm, and evacuate the entire restaurant. He's ruining my perfect score. How can someone be really that clumsy? Maybe you need to find out by yourself. Bree was right, so I bought a wig and contact lenses and set up myself for a date with Kuro. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he tripped on his own feet and crashed into the waiter, and everyone was looking at us. But instead of being angry, I just smiled. So, Kuro, tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm kinda clumsy. I'm sorry.
It's not so easy to scare me. I mean, I survived a cockroach invasion.
A what?
So I told Kuro everything about my horrible flat and crazy summer jobs. He laughed and then got back from the toilet with a whole roll stuck under his shoe, which then led to the lobster accident, which I told told you about already. And, gosh, he really is a menace. You're giving up? Never. The second date was better. We only got a batch full of super salty popcorn. The third date was almost normal. And by the fourth, I realized he'd done nothing clumsy. Wow, I guess he was just nervous. I started to get so comfortable around him that I even told him about my mom and dad's disappearance.
Don't lose hope. I bet they're still out there somewhere.
I know they are. If it hadn't been for that awful lawyer.
What lawyer?
After I explained how we got conned, Kiro was super mad.
I can't believe he can get away with something like that.
He's a lawyer. Who is the police gonna believe?
There must be some evidence.
The more I listened to Kiro, the more I realized he was right. I didn't have time or money before to go after him, but now it's time for the Chaos Crew's return and get our revenge. That night, we went to our old house and stuffed some old rotted beans in all the air vents. Less than half an hour later, the people inside were opening all the windows. Stage 2, go! Dressed up as a cleaning crew, my siblings rang at the door while I sneaked through a window. It was dark, but I grew up in this house. I know it like the back of my hand. I waited until the Chaos Crew started to fill all the vents with flour, making everyone cough, and then I went into the study. Okay, focus. He won't leave around a folder with evil plan written on it, but as I looked into a drawer, that's exactly what I found. As I scanned through the pages, everything became clear. My parents! I can't believe they—
Drop that!
I looked around to see if there was anything I could throw at him, but he had me backed into a corner.
I thought I smelled a rat. Now be a good girl and—
Conk! The lawyer dropped, and behind him was Kiro holding a big law book.
The power of knowledge, eh?
OMG, thank you. But how did you find me?
I might have followed you. Sorry, I was worried.
While Kiro tied him up and called the police, I whipped out the phone and called the number I had found in the evil plan folder. Sugar Leader's Bakery? Yes, I have to place an order for 27 cinnamon rolls. Thank you. Please work. Please work.
Attack!
Mistaking Kiro for a bad guy, my siblings jumped him. And by the time I pried them away, the police had arrived.
Arrest them! They're trespassing!
It's not your house. My parents are missing, not dead. So by law, my signatures are invalid. But the evidence was clear, and the police dragged him away. It turns out we weren't the only family he had conned.
He's going to be in prison for a very long time.
A few days later, my siblings and I returned to our parents' home. I invited Kiro, Bree, and my friends to celebrate, but I couldn't sit still. Finally, the doorbell rang, and when I opened the door, my parents were there, alive and well.
My babies!
We're so sorry. We were working with native communities to stop illegal activities, but we were forced to go underground to save the project.
We left our lawyer a number and a safe message so that you could reach us in case of an emergency.
That's the call you made?
Yes, that arrogant man had written everything down. He was supposed to explain everything and take care of us. Instead, he even told our parents to stay away because we had received some threats.
We should have never trusted him.
But now you're home and you're going to stay, right? Mom and Dad looked at each other, and for a moment, I was afraid that they might leave again.
Of course we're staying.
We learned our lesson.
And who are all these nice young people?
I introduced all my new friends to my parents and told them how much they had helped me. But when it was Kiro's turn, I hesitated. Is he a friend, a date, a boyfriend? He doesn't even know I'm the matchmaker. This is Kiro, and I've never been completely honest with him. I turned to him. I hope he understands. Kiro, I'm not one of your matches. I am the matchmaker. I braced myself, expecting rejection, but—
I already knew.
What?
Why do you think I was such a loser with other girls? I've had a crush on you since Bree's wild confession to Darius. But you were so wrapped up in your agency, you never even gave me a second glance. I had to do something drastic to get you to notice me.
Bree's confession? But I squinted at him. Right, he was the guy who stopped Darius from going to the principal. And OMG, you also paid for my brother's hospital bill.
Yeah, I overheard you talking about it at Jasper's party.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want you to go out with me because of money.
I couldn't believe he'd done all that just to date me. I guess this answers my question. Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Kiro, my perfect match. I grabbed Kiro's hand, and as I saw the happiness on his face, I knew I had made the perfect choice.
Welcome to the family, Kuro.
Hello, my name is Charlie. I'm a famous filmmaker and director, but you know me already, don't you? Oh, well, it hasn't always been like this anyway. So sit down, grab some popcorn, and let me tell you my story. But before we start, please hit the like button and subscribe. This is me, Charlie, and this is my best friend, Rose. Me and Rose grew up together since we were only babies. We played together, we went to school together, we did everything together. We were like autumn and colds, unavoidable, like rain and thunder, indivisible. Rose was the sister I never had. I was to her the brother she never... Well, you got the point. She was blonde while I was black. She was shy while I was sunny. She had a big brain while I had a big butt. We fit perfectly together. Most of all, we had one dream in common. One day, we would become filmmakers and make movies about witches. Yes, that was our dream at the time, our common goal in life. And we were all ready to get it realized. But what a tragic fate awaited us. Well, I'm being a bit overly dramatic here, but please, let me explain. It was our last year in high school and a few weeks before Halloween. I was reaching my classroom like every morning when Rose came running toward me. Charlie! Charlie! Rose, what? Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Barely breathing, Rose managed to announce to me that the school had opened a cinematographic contest where the winners would be enrolled in the best movie school in the country. We started screaming. At that point, me and Rose already had tins of scripts ready. We simply chose one and brought it in the next morning to our art professor to have it approved. But instead, there stood Mona, high like a giraffe, dressed like a rock star, and loud like a tempest. Who is Mona, you ask? She's the daughter of a famous celebrity couple, a movie producer dad, and a 5-star actress mom. She had the best connections, the best grades, and the best face. A cloud of desperation came upon us when we saw her just talking to the teacher, explaining her project for her script. We felt lost. When our turn came, I spoke for both of us because Rose was too shy to speak, and the sight of Mona shook her too much. Hey, Charlie. Nice job there. What? What? Mona was approaching me, willing to talk. Had I stumbled, hit my head, and fallen into a dream without noticing? Sorry, I couldn't help but listen to your script while you were explaining. It seems like some hot stuff there. Did you come up with it all by yourself? Well, me and Rose, yes. It seems you have a promising future in the business, baby. Would you mind joining me tonight at my party? There will be producers, movie stars, and many important people. I couldn't believe it was happening. It was too much for me, and all at once. Of course. Me and Rose will be there for sure. Rose? I'm sorry. I don't want someone who is barely able to speak in public to be associated with me. You are invited. See you later, baby. She left like the tornado she was, leaving both me and Rose speechless. I tried to console my best friend, convincing her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help us both. Rose nodded her head, but her look told me something else. I pretended not to see it and went straight to the party. This was an occasion I just simply couldn't afford to lose. Mona's house was not exactly a house. It was a castle, a gigantic manor with a park, 4 towers, and 2 pools. All over the place, men in elegant suits and shiny-looking women talked to each other cheerfully.
Oh dear, you've arrived.
Sir, lady, nice to meet you. I'm so glad you invited me. That man and woman were Mona's parents. They look amazing together. A perfect couple in a perfect house. Everything was perfect in Mona's life. Shiny and bright, like herself. Please, enough with the pleasantries. You're part of the family now. Mona told us all about the project you're working on together. The project? Of course. I told Mom and Dad we are working on an amazing movie. We will win the contest for sure. I didn't know what to say. I was totally caught unprepared. So I just smiled and said nothing. Mona's parents left us soon, and I immediately reached after her. Mona, what did you tell them? Well, that we work together. Isn't that true? But I already work with Rose. Didn't you know that? She's my best friend. I can't just leave her like this. Mona just smiled and washed the problem away with a swing of her hand. You create too many problems, baby. Can't you just work with us both? Come on, let's have fun. I'm ashamed to admit, but the truth is that I forgot Rose for some time, and quite easily. I just loved to be asked about my history and my interests by all these interesting people there. The future was winking at me, and I just couldn't resist. Then I saw him. How to describe the finch that came to perch on my branch? He was like a god in a garden on Olympus. He was like a breeze on a hot summer day. He was like That horse was hot, girls. You can bet about it. That angel had dark eyes like enchantment and such a fine, elegant beard. I was totally captured. He must have noticed my dumb expression because he started smiling at me as if trying to help me retrieve some of my dignity. Too late. And Charlie, let me introduce you to my brother Tom.
So you are the famous Charlie. A handsome lady, that's for sure. Nice to meet you.
Is he really going to kiss my hand? Is he really? Oh, God, I'm fainting. I'm fainting. Am I famous? How?
Of course. Mona has talked about you all afternoon. Mona, can I steal this lady from you for some time?
Do as you please, brother, but be a good boy.
I always am. Mona, don't scare our host like this.
The walk with Tom around the garden felt like a dream. He was not only handsome in sight, but also elegant, charming, and kind. His fierce appearance was balanced by such a quiet temper that it made him look like the perfect man in every single way imaginable. Hours passed in a flash, like seconds. Come back soon, baby. We're here for you anytime you want. Couldn't wait to be invited again. The image of Tom was still in my eyes when I woke up, and even if I don't remember it with certainty, I can bet I dreamed about him. How did it go? Rose's soft voice reached me as if coming from far, far away when she met me in the corridors at school. I felt happy to see her, but not so happy as I should have been. I think she noticed, but I kept it a secret. I explained to her all that happened the night before and promised to meet her within a few days in order to complete our script. The plot was there, but so much work had yet to be done. Fine then. See you soon. See ya. Those were busy times for me. In the daytime, I met Mona to work on our script for the contest. At night, I often saw Tom. Mona's script was completely different from mine. Her subject was Barbie. Barbie! Can you believe it? What's wrong with that? Barbie was a paradigm of freedom for girls, don't you know? Mona's fantasy was wild. She had a lot of ideas, but none of them were connected to each other. Her thoughts were as chaotic and impulsive as she was. Without me, she would have been lost. But what about Rose? Without me, she would have been lost too. She was smart and nerdy, but she didn't have the creativity I had. Rose had always been my best friend and sister, and even if Mona's spell and Tom's charm were still upon me like magic crows, I started to feel bad about how easily I abandoned my lifelong friend in order to get a quick ticket to success. The moment of the contest was approximating, and I had to speak with Mona about this. I would have helped her with her project, but I had to participate in a team with Rose, and if Mona didn't want Rose, I would leave the Barbies in order to go back to the witches. I found the courage and spoke to Mona. Roar! Can you imagine a dragon's reaction to someone trying to steal his gold from under his throne? The same was Mona's reaction to my words, if not worse. Out of my house! Never come back again! I will eat you! Do you think I'm being overly dramatic again? You weren't there, my friend. I think I barely saved my own life. I'm lucky to be here to tell the story. Yet I felt happy after arriving home. I felt I had done the right thing. Now there was only Tom to speak to. Even if I liked him, our time had to wait until after the contest was finished. I couldn't subtract any more energy from Rose and our witchy project. I mean, there can be only one Dua Lipa in the world, right? Enough with Barbie.
Hey, Angel.
Tom's words were honey poured all over me. I melted. But hey, not this time. I had serious work to do. Listen, Tom, there's something we must talk about.
Something like what? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not about you. It's about Mona.
My sister, huh? She always was more like a Shrek than a Barbie.
She's not that bad, but I can't be her teammate for the contest. Rose is my teammate. You and Mona are wonderful. You live in an amazing house. Your life is perfect, but... Tom's eyes went big and sad at those words of mine. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say, but how could I know? From what I had seen up to that moment, their lives were like pink molasses. Disgustingly sugary.
Do you really think our life is wonderful, honey? You know so little about us.
What do you mean? While walking, Tom told me how he and Mona had lived since they were children, how harsh their parents had been on them since their youngest age.
They do that for us. They push us towards obtaining the best grades and the best results in every field. But you know, sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes you would just like to live a normal life.
This is why Mona loves Barbie so much, maybe?
It's a way for her to remain a child.
Tom's eyes were not lying. I took his hand and kept it between mine for some time.
Still, a wrong behavior remains a wrong behavior. Mona will have to grow up sooner or later. You were a strong girl and made the right choice today. I'm proud of you, Charlie.
At that point, I was melting again. The perfect features of Tom's figure were silhouetted against the moon like a character from some gothic tale. I felt Tom's body pressing against mine while he brought my head gently against his chest. He's going to kiss me finally. He's going to kiss me. Instead, he simply kept my head there for some time, caressing my neck. No more. Nothing more. WTH?
Listen, Charlie, there's something I must say to you, too.
Was eager to listen to his confession, but my phone rang at that exact moment. Rose! I totally forgot about our appointment. Rose would be furious. She was. For several days. Every attempt of mine to make peace with her went in vain. The contest was lost at that point. There was no chance to win against Mona and her Barbie-stuffed stuff. The days up to the contest flew by fast and dull. We knew we had lost. Now, you really can't imagine my surprise when Rose and I found that on the notice board of the school, there was a list of the winning projects. And the first one was about witches. As authors, it had 3 names: Rose, Charlie, and Mona. A coincidence? Of course not. It was our project. We won, but we didn't submit it, of course. So who did? The question puzzled us for some time until we received a phone call from a strangely masked voice. Oh dear. She tried hard to excuse herself for her behavior in the most recent times. Her voice didn't disclose her origin, but it wasn't too much of a guess. Mona. We found out with certainty later, when the 3 of us, plus Tom, met together at the back of the school to talk about the matter. Mona looked like a baby. She cried all the time and told us she felt guilty for how she treated Rose after Tom had talked to her. To get her excused, instead of her script, Mona submitted a copy of ours, proposing it as if it had been worked upon by the 3 of us. Of course it won. It was written by me after all. But this wasn't the only news of the day. Tom, don't you have something you want to say?
Yes, well, Charlie, I have a confession to make.
Oh, yes, finally! The bomb was going to explode. The moment I expected for days and days finally arrived. After such a tragic story, I was going to have my sweet piece of cake after all. Yes, Tom, tell me, please.
I have a crush on Rose.
Oh, Tom, yes, a crush on... Wait, what?
I really didn't know how to say it, but now I can't keep it a secret anymore. I like you, Rose. Would you like to go out on a date with me sometime?
I couldn't believe it. Rose went red like a tomato, and I was shocked. Mona was laughing hard, and her joy expanded contagiously. So this was the secret? I should have felt offended, but the occasion was so joyful that I felt too happy for Rose to be concerned about myself. All's well that ends well. Mona and I went on in life, becoming best friends, and we went to college together. You know, sometimes things take such an unpredictable turn that the only thing to do is sit back, relax, and watch the events unfold as if they were a movie. And isn't life a long, tear-jerking, and magical movie itself? Oh God, I can't believe what an incredible artist I am. Really.
Hi, I'm Monica from California. Please like and subscribe. I was born to middle-class parents. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a sculptor, and unfortunately, she wasn't as good as she thought. Is that a monkey's butt, Mom? Yes, it represents freedom. You won't get it. I don't think anyone will. Growing up, I was closer to my dad. He would read to me every day and tuck me into bed, while Mom stayed in her room making weird structures from mud. Every time Dad asked her to get a real job, she would lock herself in and not come out for days. One evening after an argument with Dad, Mom left the house in the middle of the night. We searched everywhere and found her in the park, crouching under a tree. What took you guys so long? Look what I made. Mom, we were going crazy looking for you. Oh, but I was right here, darling. Things changed after that. Mom and Dad started avoiding each other even more, and Dad got busier with work. I started reading to keep myself distracted, and by 17, I'd read almost all the books in Dad's library. One night, I was studying for a test when I heard Mom and Dad arguing again. I work hard all day and night, and you go behind my back to get these useless things? I'm trying to build something amazing. I knew you wouldn't give me the money if I told you. Just relax. No, I won't. I've had enough. I'm leaving. What? No, Dad, wait. Dad didn't even turn around. I was so mad at Mom for driving him away that I didn't talk to her for days. After Dad left, things went downhill quickly in terms of money. I was a straight-A student, so we got an extension on the fees, and somehow I convinced my mom to get a job in the diner so we wouldn't go completely broke. But a few days later, I came back from school to find Mom sitting outside the house. What? What happened? The landlord threw us out. We didn't have the money for rent. But I thought you got a salary. Yes, but then I saw this beautiful sculpting kit and I couldn't stop myself. Can't you ask for an advance at your job? Oh no, I can't. I quit. Waiting on people is not my thing. You quit? Mom, are you crazy? We're homeless because you spent everything on those stupid supplies. This is not stupid. This is my dream. And what about my dreams? You know I want to study law. And you know what? It's my fault. I should have known better. The look on Mom's face broke my heart, but I was too mad to think straight. We took our luggage and moved to a motel nearby, and I spent the whole night applying to every part-time job on the internet. That's when I came across an ad asking for a babysitter for 10-year-old twin girls. The money was good, so I applied, and luckily I got a call back almost immediately, along with an address. The place was in the middle of nowhere, and as I stepped inside, a can of juice went flying past me, almost hitting me in the head. This is cranberry. I'm allergic to this. You want me to die, don't you? Hello? I'm talking to you. Sis? I think she's finally gone crazy. What do you think? Should we kick her out too? The poor maid stood still like a rock, staring at the floor, as the two brats screamed at her. I could see tears rolling down her face, but her expression remained cold as ice. Hi. I think they're talking to you. And you two, can you stop flinging things like that? You might end up hurting someone. Then don't stand in the way, ugly face. Who are you anyway? A trespasser from the media? Oh my God, a kidnapper? I'm here for the babysitting job? Oh, but aren't you supposed to be all old and wrinkly? And what are you still doing here? Get your deaf butt out of this room.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say, Emerald.
Suddenly, a handsome guy in his 40s walked in, and the whole place fell silent. Something about his face screamed royalty to me, but when he spoke, a chill ran down my spine.
You must be Monica. I'm Robbie Jackson. That's Emerald and Pearl, my daughters. Just excuse their behavior. They get hyper around new people.
No problem, but they do need to treat people with respect.
Of course. That's why I want a good nanny for them. That could teach them some manners. You see, I'm a busy man and I need my space.
Sure, but I thought you needed a babysitter.
Potato, potato, you help them study, eat, sleep, everything. And sometimes you have to stay the night. Like tonight I have a charity event and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll pay you extra for this. Do we have a deal?
I thought about it for a moment before agreeing, and Mr. Jackson immediately gave me $5,000 as a salary advance. This was huge. Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy on you. Consider this as our warning. Dad's soft, but we're not. Try me. I'm tougher than you think. As I lay on my bed that night, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about the house and those creepy brats. God, those girls needed some discipline. I went downstairs to get some water and found the maid from the morning. So I thought of having a little chat. Hey there, so how long have you been working here? Silence. Could you tell me your name at least? Why? Please don't talk to me. Before I could say anything else, this maid turned around and left. Well, that was awkward. I was just getting over this weird moment when suddenly I heard someone howling downstairs. I got freaked out and rushed to check up on the twins when I realized one of them was missing. What the freaking Funyuns? Diamond? Sorry, Pearl? Pearl? What? Stop screaming. Where's your sister? She's not here. Shh, stop freaking out. She went to her special place. She'll come back. Chill. What special place? How would I know? She just calls it her special place. She goes there every night and comes back later. Just try to shut up. I'm trying to get some sleep. Pearl simply pulled the blanket and turned around. Helpless, I tried looking for Emerald everywhere, but it was like she disappeared into thin air. The next morning before leaving for school, I went straight to Mr. Jackson to talk about it.
Don't think about it too much. Just be careful around the girls. They've taken a hit after their mom got into a coma. If you take good care of them, you'll never have to look for another job.
Mr. Jackson looked desperate, and in some ways it reminded me of my own dad around Mom trying to get her to work. Over the next few days, I tried everything to warm up to the girls. but they were just horrible. They burned my assignments, superglued my chair, and one time, they filled my bag with broken eggs. It took me hours to clean that. One day at work, Mr. Jackson informed me that it was the twins' 11th birthday, and he wanted to throw the biggest party ever. But an hour before guests started pouring in, he left for an urgent business meeting, leaving me in charge. When I told the girls, they went ballistic. He always gets away with it. Not this time. He's gonna regret missing out on our birthday. Emerald pulled a lighter out of her pocket and rushed to the library. I chased her all the way up in this maze of a house and found her with a lighter under a massive painting. I wonder how he'll feel when we burn his favorite painting down. You can't! You won't! Listen, Emerald, I'm sure something important came up. That doesn't mean he can abandon us like that. And what do you know? You probably have both of your parents loving you. Actually, no. I told the girls about my issues regarding Mom and Dad, and suddenly they went softer. Emerald pulled the lighter down, and after that day, she was surprisingly kinda well-behaved. The week went by peacefully, and soon the school announced the annual scholarship test. I asked Mr. Jackson if he could spare me for a week, but he suggested I just move in instead. It didn't sound half bad, so I agreed, but when I told Mom, she said she had a bad feeling about it. Well, I would have preferred if she had a job instead of a bad feeling, but whatever. I moved in the next day, and while I was setting up my stuff, Mr. Jackson called for me.
Now that you're here, you need to understand 2 things. My study is off limits, and the room on the top floor remains closed at all times. Under no circumstances are you allowed to go in.
I felt a bit weird with the way he spoke, but I nodded my head and went back to my room. Moments later, the girls walked in and asked if I wanted a tour. They took me around the house, showing off their bowling alley, swimming pool, and arcade. Do you get to play many games with your dad? No, he's always busy. Oh, okay. Why do you say it like that? Like what? Like you're feeling sorry for us? Oh, look at those poor little girls. They don't have a mom, and their dad is too busy. I'm sure you're thinking that. But guess what? Our daddy loves us deeply. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You know what? Forget it. I'm sorry if you feel that way. Sorry doesn't heal anything. Before I could ask her what she meant, Emerald just turned around and left, and the maid told us that dinner was ready. Don't think too much. She's a bit crazy. You should know that by now. Also, never be late for dinner, or you'll starve the night. What? That night and the night after went by fine, but then I started noticing weird things. For starters, Mr. Jackson was never around anymore. He never spoke or ate with us, and when he came home, he went straight to his study. As if this wasn't weird enough, 2 nights before the exam, I heard a light tapping on the door. My body froze as the knocking got louder, but when I opened the door, I saw a light flicker in the downstairs area, and then I saw Emerald. She was at it again. This time, I followed her, and it looked like she was headed toward the basement. Emerald, shh, you're not supposed to go there. She can't hear you. The soul left my body when I turned around to face Pearl. You scared the bejesus out of me. Sorry, but I just wanted to stop you before you did something stupid. Pearl then told me that Emerald went down to the basement almost every night, and sometimes she even sleeps there. It's got all of Mom's stuff. No one, not even Dad, disturbs her. Ever since Mom went into a coma, that's how she comforts herself. That explains why she went missing the first night I was here. But if you knew that, why didn't you tell me before? It was just fun watching you get creeped out. Anyway, you should sleep now. I'll keep an eye on her. I believed Pearl and went back to bed. But an hour later, I woke up again, and this time it was to the smell of smoke. My room was drowning in smoke. As I made my way to the hall screaming for the girls and dialing the fire brigade. Monica! Oh my God, are you okay? What happened? I don't know. I was waiting for Emerald and passed out on the floor. When I woke up, there was fire everywhere. Hold on. Where's Emerald? The 2 of us rushed toward the basement, but the fire was totally out of control. Luckily, the fire truck arrived just in time and rescued Emerald unharmed. They said that the fire was caused because of a candle in the basement. I was just lighting up some of Mom's favorite candles, and I didn't realize when I dozed off, I burned everything that belonged to Mom. I'm so sorry. As long as we found you. Emerald started sobbing, and I hugged her tight. Just then, Mr. Jackson arrived looking horrified, and when the fire guys told him what caused the mess, he lost his mind.
You know what? I've done everything for you girls, and all you've done is made a mess out of my life. How could you burn the house down?
I'm sorry to butt in, Mr. Jackson, but it was a mistake. Emerald feels horrible, and to be honest, you should be glad your girls are okay.
And who are you to tell me what to do?
Don't forget your place. You're just a servant here.
You can't talk to her like that, Dad. She saved our lives.
I can do whatever I want. Watch this. You're fired. Don't come here again.
Gladly, Mr. Jackson. And I hope you become a better parent, because God knows these girls deserve it. I said my final goodbyes to the girls and left. Thanks to the wild night, I was super exhausted at school the next day and totally tanked my scholarship test. When I went home, Mom gave me the shocking news. Thanks to the fire, the secret room in the house had to be opened to check the damages, and thousands of gold coins and illegal cash were recovered. Everything belonged to Mr. Jackson. He was taken to jail, and the girls were sent to London to stay with their aunt. Wow! That's why he kept the room shut all the time. I'm just happy the girls are safe.
Yeah, Mon, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I've been a horrible mother.
You stuck around, and that's all that matters.
I promise, I'll be better.
And she made good on the promise, working hard and bagging a good deal on her sculptures. I lost the scholarship opportunity, but our combined savings were enough to put me through the first year at Stanford. But halfway through the year, I received an anonymous donation of $1 million. And when I saw the bank details, it was some Linda Jackson, Mr. Jackson's wife. I immediately called the number, and Linda's secretary arranged for a meeting. I was surprised to see the girls waiting for me along with their mom.
Monica! I've heard so much about you from my daughters. It feels like I know you already.
It's nice to see you've recovered, ma'am, and thank you for bringing these brats along. Linda held my hand and thanked me for saving her daughters and exposing her cruel husband. She even offered me a job at her company right after I graduated, and since the pay was good, I took it up. Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy for you. I'm counting on that. Hi, I'm Alvita from Jamaica. Please like and subscribe. My parents were the most successful members of their family. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a doctor, and they always worked really hard and bought their dream mansion in a posh neighborhood. And then they were blessed with me. Whenever their family and friends met me, they were dazzled by my shiny dark hair and big green eyes.
Wow, you guys are so lucky to be blessed with this beauty. Alvita will definitely be a model one day.
As I got older, modeling never interested me much, but I did love talking. Whenever my cousin Maya came over to visit, we loved playing newscasters. In today's news, it looks like there's going to be a heavy thunderstorm. Don't forget to take your umbrellas, people. And thank you for watching Maya and Alvita News Time. Maya was the same age as me, and we were pretty close. But in the 4th grade, my parents hired a casting agent for me. And soon, I got a presenter's role for a kids' TV show. Things changed in my life after that, and I didn't have much time for Maya when she came by. You want to go roller skating today? Oh, Maya, I have to go through my script for tomorrow's show, plus homework. I know, you're very busy. Soon after, I became more famous and her family grew richer, which was great. But I couldn't help noticing that people around us started acting so fake. Once in 8th grade, Maya's mom threw her a party, and when I got there, she made a huge fuss over me.
Oh, Alvita, darling, thank you for coming. I know how busy you celebrities are. By the way, you looked gorgeous in this week's show.
Thank you, Auntie. This is for Maya.
Oh, you brought a present. You didn't have to. Your presence is a gift for us. Maya! Alvita got you a present. Come thank her.
Oh, Alvita, thank you so much. Whenever Maya hugged me now, I always had this feeling like she was rolling her eyes. Aunt insisted that Maya open my present right away, and they both looked disappointed at the watch inside. It's very nice. Thanks.
I don't know why I was expecting a gold bracelet. You know, like the one your mother gave you on your birthday. But the watch is nice too. Could I have the receipt, darling, in case I need to exchange it?
Why would you need to do that?
Oh, just in case it doesn't fit Maya.
We went to the same school and we were in the same class. Once in 9th grade, we had a fun fair in school and we bought raffle tickets, and I won a prize. It was a huge package with really fancy chocolates from Switzerland. How come you're always so lucky, Alvy? I don't know. It just happens. We'll share the chocolate at recess, okay? But at recess, the entire class crowded around me. Apparently, Maya had told everyone that I was sharing the chocolates with the whole class, and now I had no choice. Maya, why did you do that? Oh, come on. It's not like you don't have the money to buy dozens of these packages. Yeah, but this was my prize, and I get to choose who I share it with, no? But Maya tried every way to sponge off of me and make other kids do it too. Sometimes I wished we weren't related so I could just ignore her. I felt more comfortable when I was in the studio with people like me. I loved performing, and I loved Chris, my boyfriend. He took care of all the sound and background music for the show. Every day after shooting, we'd hang out together, and he always found a way to make my day with some thoughtful gift. He was the sweetest. Then one day in 11th grade, the show decided to add another presenter to join me on the show. It was a guy named Mason, and he was gorgeous. I had to show him how everything worked around here, which was a bit difficult because Chris kept popping up. So normally, when we face the camera, we stand like this.
Hey, I brought you some coffee.
Oh, I just had some a minute ago. Sorry, babe.
It's okay. You know what? I can help you mark the floor so Mason knows where to stand. It's easier this way.
Chris pushed us apart and started marking the floor with chalk. But Chris, this position will be very difficult for the cameraman. He's too far away from me.
Don't worry about that. They'll manage. I'm Mason. And you are? Oh, I'm Chris. I work here too. I'm Alvida's boyfriend. We love each other a lot.
Chris just turned into an insecure maniac after Mason joined us, even though Mason showed no signs of liking me. But we had to spend a lot of time rehearsing lines together, which seemed to really bother Chris. One time we were about to go on air when suddenly Chris walked onto the set wearing a ridiculous heart costume and playing the violin. He then bent down on one knee and proposed.
Marry me, Alvida.
Chris, I'm still a teenager. You can't be serious.
Yes, I am. You just have to say yes now. We can get married later.
No, can you please stop this? You're really embarrassing me. Chris stormed off and he didn't speak to me for 2 days. But soon after, I decided to talk to him. And when I went to his office, he was trying on a blonde wig. Chris, what are you doing?
Just checking if blonde hair will suit me.
Is it because Mason is blonde?
No, not everything is about him.
Chris, I love you because you're sweet and kind, and I won't stop loving you just because there's a new guy on the block. You have to trust me, okay? After our talk, Chris felt a little better, and he started relaxing. When I got home that day, Maya was there, looking like an ostrich egg about to pop. Oh, Alvida, I've been waiting for you. Why? Is something wrong? Yes, I'm in trouble, girl. I watched your show, and I immediately fell in love with your co-host. Please introduce me. Please, please, please. I can't do that. It's against studio policy for me to introduce desperate fans to our cast. But I'm your cousin, not some weirdo stalker. Come on, Alvida, please. Can't you do this little thing for me? Alvida wouldn't stop begging, so the next day after school, I took her to the studio. And she was so embarrassing. She was flirting with everyone, even the director. Everyone in school says I'm so beautiful and that I belong in front of a camera. What do you think? Maya, can I speak to you, please? Not now, Alvida. But I grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. Can you please behave? The people here are very busy and you're just making a fool out of yourself. Your director was about to give me a role in the show, but I guess you just want all the fame to yourself. She walked off and sat down on the director's chair, and during the live show, she screamed, "Cut!" Everyone in the room panicked, and bodyguards took Maya out. I managed to improvise so the audience wouldn't notice anything was wrong. After the show, Mason caught up with me.
Your cousin played a real number on us today.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Don't be. You did really well to cover up. You're actually quite good.
As we walked outside together, Maya suddenly came running towards us. Seriously? Your bosses are jerks, Alvida. I've been freezing outside. Hi, Mason. I'm Maya. I'm Alvida's cousin, but everyone says we look like twins. Maya couldn't stop talking, and just then Chris came out.
What are you guys up to?
Oh, Chris. Mason just asked me out on a date.
Wait, I did? Really? That's amazing. Why don't we all get dinner now? We can make it a double date.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why, babe?
Come on, it'll be so much fun. I felt bad for Mason, who was too polite to turn down Maya. We went to a nearby pizza joint I visited all the time, and Maya excused herself for the bathroom. But she came back just in time for our food, and moments after I took my first bite, I started choking.
Alvida, what's wrong?
Something in the pizza. My face was blowing up like a balloon, and Chris quickly called the ambulance. There was red pepper in the pizza, and everyone in that pizza joint knew I was allergic to it. My parents threatened to sue the chefs, but they insisted that they hadn't used any pepper. Meanwhile, the doctor advised me to take 2 weeks off from work while my swelling went down. So Mason took care of the show on his own. I felt really upset, and when Maya came to see me, I lashed out at her. You know what, Maya? Just drop the act already. I'm tired of you pretending to care about me when you actually hate me. What are you talking about? Why did you take so long in the bathroom during dinner? How do I know you didn't leave the table to put pepper on the pizza? You really think I'd do something like that? Yes, you've been jealous of me ever since I got the presenter role. But I would never hurt you. Maya left my room crying, but I was too mad to care. I was convinced she'd tried to harm me. While I was at home recovering, Chris visited me every day. This one time he came with candles and Chinese food and set up the table, and it was so romantic. Aw, Chris, you didn't have to do all this.
You mean the world to me, and I would do anything for you.
He turned on the music, and as we slow danced, Maya came barging in. Elvita, I have to tell you something. I don't want to see you or talk to you ever again, Maya. Please, hear me out.
Hey, we're having a romantic moment here, so please, get out.
But Maya glared at Chris and just switched off the music. Elvita, you have to see this. There aren't any security cameras in the kitchen, but there is one in the restaurant's back alley. I tracked this video down from the city police's office. The video on Maya's phone showed a customer entering the kitchen from the back. Chris, why does this person have the same jacket as you?
I don't know. And what are you saying? I was with you the whole time.
Yeah, but I also remember you had a phone call and you went outside. Chris's expression changed, and suddenly he knocked over our table and the candles, and food landed on the floor. A rug caught on fire, and Maya rushed to throw a blanket over it. Chris, it was you! Oh my gosh!
You were getting so close to Mason, so I had to do something. Aren't things so much better between us since you've been away from the show? You just needed to see how much I love you, Elvita.
No! You made me so sick you could have killed me. That's not love.
Well, if I can't have you, then no one can.
But before Chris could do more damage, we heard police sirens. Too late. I already called the police. Chris tried to run out, but the police caught him and he was taken away. Maya, I owe you an apology. Maybe you were right, Elvita. Sometimes I have been jealous of you, but I swear I'd never hurt you. I know, and you have every reason to hate me. I don't hate you, but do you really have something going on with Mason? No, and there never will be. I know you like him. A few days after, I went back to school and my job, but a lot of things had changed in such a short period. Mason was now showing me what to do.
The director really likes all my ideas. We've decided that now you only need to come in to introduce the next program.
But that's just 10 seconds on the screen.
Yeah, but that's what the show wants.
I was so disappointed, but I went with the flow. One day after the show, I was leaving when Mason caught up with me and took my hand. Mason, what are you doing?
I see the way you look at me, and I think I like you too.
What? Are you... Elvita, what are you doing? I turned around to see Maya behind us, and Mason was still holding my hand. Maya, this is not what you think. But Maya ran off angrily, and I stomped hard on Mason's foot and went after her. Maya, there's nothing going on between us. Yeah, right. So you were just holding his hand because it's part of the show? No, he took my hand and just save it, Elvita. She refused to talk to me for days and ignored me in school too. And I just hated being on the show with Mason. So one day at the studio, I made a big live announcement. Hey guys, today is my last day on the show, but you'll definitely see me on screen again. Maybe with my talented cousin Maya, who was my first co-host. See you around, folks. The director was furious with me, but I didn't care. If he wanted Mason to run the show, he was welcome to have him. I was out. Later that evening, Maya came by. Hey, you want to play newscaster? We're too old to play it now, but we'll be doing it for real. Did you really mean that? I just got a call from my producer who wants to help me with my own show. She says my ratings are much higher than Mason's. And yeah, you'll be my partner. It'll be the Maya and Elvita show. Wow, this is a dream come true. Thank you, Elvita. And I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions about you and Mason. It's okay. I forgive you. I did the same thing too once before. And if you really want to see Mason, you can ask him out. Although, I think he's a jerk. I think I trust you on that one. I learned that you must never let jealousy and misunderstandings get in the way of your most important relationships. It's better to get the whole story before jumping to conclusions.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. Hi, I'm Layla from New York. Before I tell you the rest, don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a perfect family. I grew up in one of the most expensive penthouses in all of New York City. We had a personal chef, designer clothes, everything. My dad was the president of a huge company, and he loved my mom and I more than anything in the world. We had it all. But when I was 5, my life turned upside down when my mom left, and my dad started spending all his time at work, and a few years later, he married Gwendolyn, who was some random supermodel, and they started jetting off to exotic cities for her work every weekend. At first, I hated how they left all the time. I even tried going with them once.
All packed up for the trip, Daddy.
Oh, Layla, you didn't really think you were coming with us, did you?
Tomorrow's my 7th birthday.
Right. The housekeepers will make you the biggest cake you've ever seen.
Toodaloo.
But as I got older, I got used to them being gone for weeks, and eventually, I totally loved it. Who needed actual parents when you had their credit card? An empty house meant having epic karaoke parties, movie marathons, and makeover parties whenever I wanted. My parents didn't care as long as no one broke anything that cost more than $10,000. Having the best party house in an elite private school was like being royalty among royalty.
Oh my God, Layla, your party this weekend was incredible. When's the next one?
Don't think I didn't see you break my stepmom's favorite vase. For you, there won't be a next one. Like any queen bee, I had to keep my hive in line. And most importantly, I had to have a super hot king by my side. So I had a boyfriend, Jackson, who was the heir to a massive family fortune.
Hey, babe, want to take my dad's helicopter to the Bahamas this weekend?
Ooh, the Bahamas. Should we ask our parents?
Good one.
We even won prom king and queen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's not like it was a surprise. Life was totally perfect. But when I was 17, everything changed. Jackson was driving me home from dinner one night, and we got into the dumbest argument. He was always throwing tantrums.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. He was turning to run when a huge gust of wind blew his hood off. I immediately noticed this huge scar on his forehead. Luckily, the alarm must have called the police. The flashing lights and sirens sent him running. I told the officers everything. They dropped me off at home. Jackson didn't take my call, and I had to sleep with all the lights on. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of someone banging on my door. It must be Jackson, begging for forgiveness. Surprise, surprise. You better have a whole bouquet of flowers for me. You're not Jackson. 2 giant men in dark suits with gold badges were standing at my door.
FBI, Layla, you need to come with us now.
Is this about last night? I told the police everything.
The man you saw is some psycho who's connected to robberies all over the city, and he's extremely dangerous. We've already contacted your parents. With your family's high profile, we're putting you in witness protection.
Witness protection? Doesn't that only happen in movies?
You'll be living with a new family in a discreet location until he's captured.
He barely saw me. My dad will never allow this. Dad? Wait, what? Can't you just come home to protect me? Apparently, Gwendolyn signed all the paperwork and sent it to the FBI that morning without even asking me first. You can't do this to me. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my friends or take my phone. And I dozed off in the car until we pulled up to a small house in the desert. A woman and a little girl stood at the door waving and holding up a handmade sign. Eunice? Who is Eunice?
Welcome home. Miss Celia will tell you everything you need to know from here. Good luck.
Walking into the house felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Everything was so old. Even the floorboards were creaking under my feet. I know this is probably a lot for you, Eunice, but we're here to make you feel like home. Okay, but where's the rest of your house?
I can't believe I have a pretty big sister.
Don't mind Amy. She's only 5 and she is excited to meet you. I'm sure you're exhausted, but I was instructed to change your hair tonight. You need to be unrecognizable, Eunice. Are you kidding? I just got highlights. And please stop calling me Eunice. My name is Layla. Sorry, sweetheart. But according to your new identity, your name is Eunice. You're my niece who just moved here from a farm, and you have short, green hair.
Cool. I love green hair.
I'm gonna be sick. Hopefully not too sick. You have to start school tomorrow. After hours of sobbing, I had no choice but to let Celia destroy my hair. Before school the next morning, Celia printed out a schedule and told me about my new identity. Whoa. AP Trigonometry Chess Club? You'll do great. Oh, and I packed you a sandwich for lunch. It's probably nothing as fancy as you're used to, but I think I make a mean PB&J.
The best sandwich.
Oh, and here's your phone. Don't try to sneak any texting to friends. It's only programmed to call me.
A flip phone?
Have a great first day. As if that wasn't enough, the students all looked so weird. Not a single person was wearing designer clothes. I guess I wasn't either. I shut the locker and jumped when I saw a tall guy with glasses and a plaid sweater standing right in front of me. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Edward. Eunice, right?
Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I'm the chess team captain. I heard we were getting a new student today, and you're the only person here I don't recognize. Small town.
I don't need a greeting committee. I won't be staying long.
Whoa, sorry. I thought I'd help the new girl, but if you've got it all figured out, I'll see you later.
Great start, Eunice. If the nerds already hated me, I wouldn't dare try my luck with the popular girls. I ate lunch in the bathroom, alone. This is all Jackson's fault. I was so furious that I spent the rest of the day in a daze, thinking about getting out and seeking my revenge. The final school bell snapped me out of it. Time for the worst part.
We have a new member. Everyone, this is Eunice. She'll be my partner today. Earth Eunice, you go first.
Oh, right. Okay. I bumped a random piece up on the board.
I don't know what chess was like where you're from, but you can't do that.
My aunt made me join. I really don't care about this.
Well, we care, and I don't have time for someone who doesn't want to be here.
Fine, whatever. I stormed out and looked for a phone booth since I couldn't use my own phone. There had to be a way to get out of here. I thought about calling Jackson or my dad until I realized they're the ones who got me here in the first place. Jackson abandoned me on the sidewalk, and Dad just straight up abandoned me. I gave up and went back home.
I had the best day at school. We got to play outside. I saw a rock that was bigger than my head.
Okay, what about you? Did you make any new friends? Nope, but maybe a couple of enemies. I told Celia that I didn't want to go to chess anymore. Although, seeing them all play did remind me how fun it was to play with my dad. Did I just call chess fun? One day, I was walking to the bathroom for another sad PB&J, but someone was blocking the door. Edward, you know this is the girls' bathroom, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't the cafeteria, since you eat lunch here every day. Small school, people talk.
Well, that was humiliating. What do you want? Surprisingly, he apologized for being so harsh on the first day. He even offered me to join him for lunch, where they play chess as well. I never thought I'd say it, but it was way better than eating alone in a bathroom. Edward even walked me home after school, and I saw Celia spying at us through the window before he dropped me off. Someone's making friends.
Does he want to have a play date with me?
I'll ask him. Edward and I started spending more time together, and it was fun. And I started to look forward to school, and I had to admit, it was nice not having friends who only looked for status and where I had to dress up like I was going to a fashion show every day. And once, as I prepared to leave for school, I saw Celia braiding Amy's hair, and it reminded me of my mom. I gathered myself and took my bag to leave.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Bye, before I knew it, Celia was hugging me. I'm sorry. My tears are getting your shirt wet. It's just that my real mom was the last person to actually take care of me. We don't have the nicest things, but we have a lot of love to give, and we love you.
Yeah, you're my sister.
I pulled Amy in with us. I could have stayed there all day. I was so happy. Even in school, after weeks of practicing with Edward, we were finally ready to have a real match. I asked Celia if he could come over to play at the house after school. The FBI agent said as long as I kept my cover up, it was fine.
Hi, Edward. We heard a lot about you.
I cleared off the table for you guys to play. Edward, are you staying for dinner? I don't know why that made me nervous, or why my mind suddenly flashed to Jackson. Please, does Jackson deserve loyalty after what he did? Yeah, he will stay for dinner. Edward beat me, of course, but the real fun was watching him with Amy during dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors!
I win!
Was he always this cute? After dinner, Celia let us walk to get ice cream so Edward could show me around more. He wanted me to see the fountain he made wishes in as a kid, but right as we were about to throw coins in, something stopped me. Wait, do you hear that? There's a rustling sound. Edward stepped in front of me, and that's when I saw a dark figure, and my heart raced with anticipation of the man with the scar to come out and... Jackson? What are you doing here?
Layla, I felt terrible for what I did, so I came to rescue you. You're not safe here. You know this guy? Wait, why is he calling you Layla?
Well, I'm not really allowed to tell you. Is this real? My ex-boyfriend and I don't even know what.
Quick, read this. Someone dropped it at my door a few days ago, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Tell Layla I found out her new identity. I know all about the mom and the little girl, and I will find her. He found me, the psycho with the scar.
I hired an investigator to find you. The FBI said we could fly to one of my dad's islands until it was safe. The helicopter is waiting.
I'm never one to run from a fight. But what about Celia and Amy and Edward? As long as I was here, they were in danger too. I'm sorry, Edward. I have to go. Jackson grabbed my hand and we ran. I couldn't bring myself to look back. Before I knew it, we landed in front of one of Jackson's beautiful island mansions.
Ah, look at you. You need a proper makeover, and these green hairs look like snot. You belong to me. Yeah, I mean here, not in some middle of nowhere loser town.
I think I need to lie down. Jackson got me new clothes, fixed my hair, and even brought his personal chef to cook us 5-star meals. Wasn't this what I had been missing? So why did I keep thinking about Celia and those silly peanut butter sandwiches?
You can at least say thank you. I'm basically your hero.
I didn't really mind living there, you know.
Very funny.
Our dinner was interrupted by someone pounding on the door. Jackson jumped out of his chair to look out the window.
Oh no.
FBI, open the door.
FBI? What did you do? He tried to block me, but I pushed past him to open the door.
Good, you're safe. Celia thought something terrible happened to you. We've been looking for you for days along with your dad. We asked him to wait for you at home.
But Jackson said I showed them the letter.
Miss, the man you identified has been on trial for a few days. We were waiting until he was in prison to tell you it was safe to return. There's no way he could have written that letter without us knowing.
I can explain.
Jackson, you ruined everything again. I had a family who cared about me, friends who wanted me for more than just parties. Why do you even care? You got me into this mess.
Because no one walks away from me. Only I can decide that. I am Jackson St. Germain. I always get what I want, and I still want you.
Walked away? I was in witness protection. I didn't even have a phone. You're insane! The agents had to put Jackson in handcuffs to put an end to one of his famous tantrums. Get him out of here. The FBI told everyone I was safe and took me back to my penthouse in New York. Walking through the empty rooms, I thought about Celia and Amy, and I suddenly understood the difference between a house and a home.
My baby, Layla, I'm so sorry for not being here with you all this time. I can't go back to the time that has passed. I know I was so focused on work because I was trying not to miss your mom, and I didn't realize how much you had grown up. You look just like your beautiful mom, and when I got to know that you were in the witness protection program, I used all my connections to find the scumbag bandit as soon as possible. And when I found out you'd gone missing, I realized what a terrible father I am.
Oh, Dad, you'll always be my dad, but I really want to go back to finish high school with Celia. My dad accepted as long as I had a bodyguard for protection. There was just one thing I had to do before going home. Driver, can you please make a stop at the local jail?
You better tell them to let me out. Tell them it's a mistake.
I cut him off with a well-deserved slap across the face. Clearly, he hadn't learned any lessons yet, but he was super rich. I knew he'd be bailed out in no time, but not by me. Bye, Jackson. It was time to reveal my big plan. Layla, it's beautiful. I took Celia and Amy's blindfolds off and revealed a brand new house by the fountain in the park. My dad wanted to make up for his absence, so he paid to build a big house with everything the three of us could need. And yeah, I did ask for a walk-in closet. A girl can only change so much.
Do I have a playroom?
You have two.
Wow!
I still can't believe your name is actually Layla, and you did all this just for some chess-playing nerds in a small town.
Don't flatter yourself too much. It was for all you nerds in this beautiful small town. Let's head inside. I'm kind of craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him. I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay!
I'm so excited. I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day, a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot. So I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. 'Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me, and before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row. The influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Skies' massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now.
And this is what we'll be paying you.
When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car, maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours.
No way. She's not on my tour.
Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day, they agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh, she's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how? I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood.
Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Start it again.
Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes.
Fine. Everyone take 5.
I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life. A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun. That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out.
Hey, who did this?
Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in a suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there.
Gotcha.
What?
You thought I wouldn't get back at you?
I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt the butterflies again. His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice.
I didn't know you played so well.
It was nothing. I'll just go.
No, please, play a little more.
As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live.
It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face.
I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun.
I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom
pushes you really hard.
Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe.
Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them.
Tell me what, Madison?
Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all.
Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band.
Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea.
Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison.
This wasn't going to end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos.
Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot.
But we remembered. Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish.
I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV.
Barry, you deserve to have some fun.
Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3.
We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. Before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up.
Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot.
Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom.
Wow. Chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction. I never meant to get in the way. You're fired. Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away. Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry. I've never had anybody stand up for me like that. Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you. Don't go. I just got fired, Barry. It's my tour, and I want you on it. I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you. The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you. Well, you're a great person. So are you. Shall we? Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us and her face was full of rage. What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that. Excuse me? Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go. How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry? I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough? Wow. Fine. If that's what you want. No matter the differences, remember, I love you, son. I love you too, Mom. Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no. Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything. I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something. So, Barry, would you ever consider going out with you? I thought you'd never ask. Later when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello? Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us? I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV, and I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too. Hi, I'm Evelyn from Florida. Please like and subscribe. 12 years into their marriage, my parents had given up hope of having a kid when suddenly I came along. I was their picture-perfect miracle baby with mom's auburn hair and dad's green eyes. People fawned over my looks, and my parents marveled over my brains as I crossed milestones faster than other kids my age. Except as I was growing older, my parents started noticing that I wasn't really like other kids. I didn't want to play with them and preferred to be alone. I was obsessed with taking apart machines and building Legos and puzzles. I couldn't move until I was done with something I'd started. Well, you could try to move me and then live to regret it. Once when I was 5, my parents and I flew over to Paris for a holiday. On our first night, as Mom unpacked my clothes, I noticed something was missing. Where are my purple socks? The ones with the dinosaurs? At home, I guess. But I packed other socks, sweetie. But they're not the purple ones. I want the purple socks with the dinosaurs. I drove my parents bonkers the whole night and the next day. I want my purple socks.
I want my purple sock. Why are you looking at this ugly lady? I want my purple socks with the dinosaurs!
I threw myself on the floor and screamed as everyone in the museum stared at us, and my parents carried me out. And that evening, we took a flight back to Florida, and I slept like a baby with my purple socks on. My parents thought I'd get better in school, but things just got worse. I didn't like sharing my things or having anyone touch them, and when other kids realized that, they only teased me more. But once in 2nd grade, the teacher announced we were going to the zoo, and I lost it.
It's not on the timetable. See? Where does it say trip to the zoo? We're supposed to have a math lesson. I'm not going. Everyone will stay here and we'll study math.
I refused to move from my seat as everyone laughed.
Why are you such a big baby? Go back to kindergarten. Grow up, weirdo.
But my teacher said I didn't have to go to the zoo and called my parents in. Later that day, they took me to the doctor, and after a series of tests, I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. What does that mean?
It means that Evelyn processes information differently than other people, and changes are especially hard for her. But I can teach her ways to manage her emotions better.
I wasn't entirely sure what the doctor meant, but I knew one thing. I wasn't like everybody else, and I just didn't fit in. Once in 6th grade, I was having lunch at my usual spot outside when I noticed an older boy bugging this new girl in my class, Alyssa. It looked like he was stealing her lunch money, and I couldn't just sit and watch. Hello, can you stop bothering Alyssa, please? Otherwise, I'll have to report you to the principal, and you'll get detention.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm shaking in my boots.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you that much. Wait, is that a mole on your hand?
Yeah? What's it to you?
I recently read about moles in a medical journal, and you should get that checked out by a doctor. Let me take a closer look.
No, back off, loser.
Please, I need to look at it. You could be really sick or dying. I'm just trying to help. Let me see it. I'm trying to save your life.
Oh my God, you're mental.
The boy ran off looking freaked out, and Alyssa was laughing like crazy. That was hilarious. You're funny. What's your name? Evelyn? And I wasn't trying to be funny. Well, I think you're a hoot, Evelyn. And thanks for scaring my idiot brother off. Actually, I stole his lunch money, and he was just trying to get it back. Let's go get some donuts, shall we? And that's how I made my first friend ever. And Alyssa was soon one of the popular kids. She was pretty and outgoing, and for some reason, she'd taken a liking to me. And when she invited me over to her birthday slumber party, I was over the moon. I picked out a model train set for her, and I couldn't wait to assemble it. Sweetie, maybe Alyssa will want to eat cake and play games first, so you'll have to be patient. Take a few deep breaths and count to 10 to calm down. Okay, fine. I'm just really excited.
And that's okay, but it's Alyssa's party, so you have to let things go her way.
I was able to keep my excitement in check and focus on having fun with Alyssa and the other kids, and it felt nice. Alyssa was my entry into any kind of social circle, and even though I knew other people still found me weird, she always had my back. In 9th grade, I got selected for a spot at a science summer camp for young geniuses. I was away learning all sorts of cool new things and came back home a week after school had started. I'd missed Alyssa, and I was so excited to see her. Except the next day, I couldn't find her anywhere. I stopped a girl from class to ask where she was, when suddenly I heard Alyssa laugh. You dummy, you've walked right past me, twice. I just hadn't recognized her. She'd dyed her hair and was wearing bright red lipstick, and her clothes were weird. What happened to you? You don't look good. You know how we've talked about you being too blunt at times? You still need to work on that. But I have to be honest, you don't look like yourself. I know you don't like change, but it's good sometimes. Come on, I want you to meet some new friends. It turned out that 2 famous boy band singers, Jamie and Lyle, had joined our school, and Alyssa was suddenly BFFs with them. And now I had to hang out with these pop stars, and all the girls were dying to get close to them. Lyle joined the football team and got busy with practice, but Alyssa started inviting Jamie everywhere with us, and I didn't like it. He was always bragging about his tours and his fans and his bestseller albums. It was so annoying. Wow, that's so cool. Don't you think so, Evelyn? Not really. I think their music kind of sucks.
Well, I think your mom's cooking kind of sucks.
What? You've tasted my mom's cooking? When?
It was a joke.
Oh, Evelyn doesn't get jokes. I get jokes. That just wasn't a joke. The definition of a joke is a funny statement, like this joke I made up. Why is it bad to trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I giggled so hard I nearly fell off my chair, and Jamie looked amused.
Funny girl. Back to me now. No one's ever told me they don't like my music, especially teenage girls. Why don't you like it?
You have a good voice, but you don't really talk about real deep stuff. It's all about parties and dancing and silly nonsense. If I had the power to reach as many people as you do, I'd say something more meaningful. Jamie looked a bit taken aback, but then he smiled.
Thanks for being honest, Evelyn.
It took me some time getting used to Jamie, but weirdly enough, I did. He wasn't as dumb as he sounded in his songs. He was even curious about the project I was working on for the National Science Fair, which Alyssa hadn't asked about once. My dad's a smoker, and I hate it. So I decided to make this machine, which converts the hydrogen cyanide in cigarette smoke to hydrogen sulfide, which stinks like really bad farts. The smell immediately disappears once the cigarette is put out. I'll make smaller versions of the machine which you can hide in every room and the smoker can't find them. They'll just have to put out their cigarettes to stop the smell.
I never thought I'd find a girl talking about farts so fascinating. That's a clever invention. And you're pretty cool, Evelyn.
I couldn't help feeling pleased. No one ever called me cool before. But Lyle was a pain in the butt. Whenever he hung out with us, he made robot impressions while talking to me, which he found hilarious. And he was so bossy with Jamie and dismissed all his ideas about their songs or videos. Once when the four of us were getting smoothies, Jamie gave Lyle a song he wrote that was different from their usual style. Lyle read it, crumpled the paper, and threw it away.
Save this lame saving the world poetry for your philosophy class, Jamie. We sell pop music and no one will listen to this trash.
I hated seeing Jamie look so hurt. Jamie, I think you should release a solo album. You're a much more talented songwriter than Lyle, and even your voice is 100 times better. He's just holding you back.
Excuse me? You have no idea what you're talking about, so butt out.
Evelyn, I'm sure Jamie doesn't need career advice from you, and you were super rude to Lyle. Jamie wouldn't look up from the ground, and I felt angry. Alyssa grabbed my hand and we left. When we were far enough, she turned to me. You don't always have to say exactly what you're thinking. What are you trying to do? Break up their band? Jamie and Lyle are famous. Their music is popular, and being friends with them makes us popular. Also, I'm kinda dating Lyle, so can't you just be normal for once? You always made me feel like I was normal, but you've changed now, Alyssa. Well, I've always been different, and that's okay with me, especially if it means I don't have to like stupid pop music just because everyone else does. I was so angry I wanted to scream, but I took deep breaths and counted to 10. By the time I got home, I felt a bit better, but when Mom asked me how my day was, I told her everything.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry, but you guys will make it up, I'm sure of it.
Except that we didn't. It stung that neither Jamie and Alyssa tried talking to me, and I didn't either. I kept myself busy with my project, and a month later, Jamie and Lyle released their new single. It hurt my ears listening to it, but all the girls at school went crazy for them, and they'd even perform the song in the cafeteria at lunch. One afternoon, I was putting the finishing touches to my machine in the science lab when I felt tired and took a short nap. Suddenly, I heard something next to my ear and woke up startled, knocking my head straight into someone's face. Ow! Gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's just you. It's all right then.
I think you broke my nose.
Why was your nose so close to my head?
I was just checking if you were alive.
Well, I'm alive. Thank you very much. You can leave now.
My nose is bleeding. Can you help me here?
I gave Jamie some tissues and held an ice pack on his nose.
So, what do you think of the new song?
I already told you. Your music stinks. You sound like an auto-tuned robot, and your words are still shallow.
Well, the whole world disagrees with you. We're #1 on the charts, and we're going on tour in a few months.
Then why do you care what I think?
I don't know. I just care. Look, I'm really sorry that I've been ignoring you because of Lyle, but the truth is, I've missed you, and the things you say matter to me, and your eyes are really green up close.
I had no idea why, but my stomach was doing something really weird. Then why don't you just take my advice and become a solo artist?
It's not that easy. I know I'm more talented, but recording songs takes money, which Lyle has. That's why he makes all the decisions. But I have been thinking about quitting the band.
Just then Lyle barged in with Alyssa behind him.
I knew I'd find you here. And I am so sick of you putting stupid ideas in his head, Evelyn. You don't know anything about the music industry or the real world.
And suddenly, he took a swipe at my model and sent it crashing to the floor. No!
What the heck, man? Are you crazy? Why don't you just worry about fixing your dumb machine and leave the music to us, Wally?
I felt rage bubbling inside, and I just leapt forward and punched Lyle's face. Then I ran off as fast as I could. I cried for hours over my project. The science fair was next week. My parents were fuming at Lyle and trying to console me when the doorbell rang. It was Alyssa and Jamie with my broken machine. Evelyn, I am so sorry. I knew Lyle wasn't nice to you, and I should have stood up for you earlier. I got so caught up with being popular, and I've been a horrible friend. Please, forgive me. I was just so glad to have her back that I hugged her tight. She and Jamie promised to work day and night by my side to help me fix my machine, and I felt together we could really do it. The next morning, my parents and I were called into the principal's office. Lyle's parents kicked up a huge fuss and wanted me to apologize, which made my parents even madder.
He broke our daughter's project. Do you have any idea how important that is?
She broke our son's face. That's the source of his livelihood. We want this girl expelled. You know who we are, right?
Why don't both parties apologize and we end this?
I can't apologize to Lyle because I'm not sorry at all. My entire life, people have mocked me one way or the other. They think I don't understand their jokes or the looks and whispers they exchange, and I always act like I don't. But punching Lyle was the first time I really stood up for myself, and I'm never gonna take that back. The principal checked the CCTV footage in the science lab, and it was clear that Lyle had wrecked my project first for no reason, and he was expelled. And a week later, Jamie and Alyssa were cheering for me the loudest when I won first prize at the science fair.
I'm so proud of you, Evelyn. And you were not kidding about how bad that fart smell is.
It definitely got my dad to quit smoking.
That's amazing. Also, I quit the band, obviously. I can't work with that jerk anymore. Time to go solo. But you'll help me with my songs, right?
Of course. What are you going to write about first?
A girl who's gonna save the world. One crazy idea at a time.
You're talking about me, right? Hi, I'm Sunny, and I have a curse to live with. I'm too nice, and I can't say no. Whenever I try, I'm hit by a tsunami of guilt. I feel nauseous, my butt starts sweating, and I have to fix the situation. I just can't stand someone being displeased with me. I know what you're thinking. She's a people pleaser, a pushover. And of course, you're right, but it took me some time to realize that. But before I continue, like and subscribe. Sorry, it's not an order, it's just a request. Please, I never disobeyed my mother. I always shared my lunch at school. I always gave up the swing at the park, and I could never turn down a poor person's request. Like this one time in 10th grade, I was running back home after school when the homeless guy around the corner asked me for a favor.
Hey, Sonny, could you hold this shovel for a few minutes? It's really heavy, and I need to run to the soup kitchen before it closes.
Sure, no problem. I kept standing there for 2 hours, and he didn't return. Finally, I left the shovel in the homeless guy's corner with an apology note, but later that night, the police turned up at my door to arrest me. Apparently, they'd found my fingerprints all over a murder weapon, a freaking shovel. It took a while to get my name cleared. Or this one time, I had to go to the bathroom in the mall when I accidentally went into the disabled people stall. When I came out, I was met by a furious woman in a wheelchair. I've been holding my pee for 10 minutes. People like you are what's wrong with society. What? Oh no, this was a mistake. I'm so sorry. I followed her all over the mall, begging for forgiveness, till she called security and told them I was harassing her. Well, naturally, I followed her home and started showing up at her door every day. Her servants wouldn't let me in, so one day, I broke into her house through a window. Please, please, just say you'll forgive me. I can't live like this anymore. She filed a restraining order that day. I still pay for a plane to go over her house every week and skywrite my apology. In addition to being nice, I'm also a teen model. I know, I'm breaking stereotypes. I've been on the cover of a dozen fashion magazines, and I've walked on many big runways. My career was amazing, till my mom convinced me to fire my agent and hire her instead. Trust me, honey, I'll make you a star. That's nice, Mom, but you have no experience. What does that matter? I'm your mother, and no one will ever have your interests at heart like I do. I was in labor with you for the worst 23 minutes of my life, remember? Right, of course. You can be my agent. I already knew it was a horrible idea. Mom hated people and rubbed everyone the wrong way. She screamed at the photographers and made a makeup artist cry. She even yelled at a famous designer and started mopping the floor with his dress to show him what she really thought of it. Soon, Mom started complaining about our small house in our dingy neighborhood and started making trouble with the loud, ugly neighbors. Her words, not mine. So, I bought a chic new apartment in a posh area. But then, Mom started complaining about
about her privacy.
Sunny, you really are getting in the way. My new boyfriend and I need our space.
But you're standing in my room.
Maybe you should move.
Yeah, I know. It didn't make any sense. I bought the place. I was bringing in the money. I shouldn't be the one to move out. But as always, I gave in. After buying the apartment, money was a bit tight. Luckily, I found a room in a beautiful beach house that I had to share with 3 other models, Sasha, Tracy, and Mika. And I soon discovered that living with models, the drama was always out of control. I mean, what would you expect from girls who eat a cube of cheese, 1 grape, and 2 almonds a day? They're always hangry. That's my seat, you stupid cow.
Is your name written on this seat? OMG.
Are you wearing my shirt? Is your name written on the shirt? Show me where it is. Can you idiots shut up? If I don't get enough sleep, I look like a raccoon, and then I'll bite like one too. I had to break up almost a dozen cat fights. One day, I cooked us all dinner so we could try to get to know each other. Sasha dreamed of being a pop star. Tracy loved to work out, and Mika was insanely pretty and loved rubbing that in everyone's face. I asked Sasha to sing us one of her songs, and I'd never heard something so horrible in my life. Of course, I still clapped for her, but Mika and Tracy fell off their seats laughing.
What's so funny?
You sound like a constipated pig. I'd rather put my head up a cow's butt than listen to you. Yeah, stick to modeling. As long as you can. I mean, you're already showing signs of aging. Sasha got so mad that she threw her plate of pasta at Tracy. Tracy ducked and the food landed on Mika's dress, and they started shouting and pulling at each other's hair. I tried to break up the fight, but I slipped on some sauce and fell. Then someone tossed a hair extension onto the stove, and the kitchen caught fire. When the landlord found out, he was furious and banned us from the kitchen. I put up an ad online for a chef, and a ridiculously good-looking candidate named Lance showed up the next day. So Lance, you can cook, huh?
Yeah, that's why I applied for the job.
Lance, your cologne is to die for.
I'm not wearing any cologne.
Lance, did you just fix our sink? You're such a genius.
It wasn't broken, you just left the faucet on.
Your biceps look like boulders. Can I touch them?
I'd prefer it if you didn't.
Lance was an amazing chef, a handyman, and even a gardener. One day, all of us were drooling at his abs as he pulled out weeds, when suddenly, some crazy paparazzi climbed over our garden wall. Lance ran towards them like Tom Cruise, broke their cameras, kicked their butts, and sent them running. Oh my God. I can't take it anymore. I have to ask him out. No, he's mine. What? I saw him first. I don't think he's interested in dating any of us.
Shut up.
Who asked you? The girls cornered Lance in the hallway to get his attention. Sasha sang Lance an awful love song. Tracy did a cheerleading routine. Then Mika walked up in a bathing suit.
Hey, Lance, you want to go for a swim?
No thanks. I gotta get back to work.
But the girls' constant flirting and fawning over Lance got so out of hand that he couldn't do his job properly since he was always trying to hide from them. One of the toilets got clogged, the shower stopped working, and the front yard was starting to look like a jungle. I can't live like this! How are we supposed to share one bathroom? I haven't taken a shower in 2 days. I proposed a solution. Okay then, from here on out, Lance is off limits. No one is dating Lance. They reluctantly agreed, and we made a pact. We all left Lance alone, and soon the house started getting back to normal. A couple of months later, I threw a party and invited a bunch of rich models. Sasha, Tracy, and Mika seemed to forget about their crush on Lance in about 2 minutes. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Mom walked in.
Hey, honey, did you miss me? Clearly not, or you would have sent me a proper invite.
Mom, actually, yes, you're right. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're here now.
Just for 10 minutes. I don't want to overstay where I'm not wanted. I just need to borrow a couple of dresses from you and about, $20,000.
But I let you borrow $10,000 last week.
Don't be cheap, honey. It's unattractive. Don't you want Mommy to buy something nice for her birthday?
Your birthday isn't for another 11 months. But Mom was being pushy, and I knew she'd make a scene. So I gave her my credit card and told her to return it in 2 weeks. Just then, I noticed Lance shaking his head at me, and then he walked away. After the party, the house was a mess, so I asked the girls to help me clean up. Sorry, I have plans with my new boyfriend.
I'm allergic to dirt. I twisted my ankle. I'm gonna rest.
Okay, no problem. Sleep tight. I was up well into the night still cleaning when Lance joined me and started to help. Why are you still here? You don't need to do this.
I stayed back in case you girls need needed me. I don't mind.
As we were cleaning, I kept catching him looking at me strangely. Okay, I can't take it any longer. Why are you staring at me like I have two heads?
You're not like the others. You're a misfit.
Well, that's rude.
No, it's a good thing. You're beautiful, but not self-absorbed. You're smart, and you seem like a really kind person.
You think I'm beautiful?
That's all you got from what I said?
Lance gave me that strange look and went back to work. You're doing that thing with your face again. Did I do something to make you mad? Are you disappointed?
Why do you care what I think?
I don't know why. I just do. It's how I'm built.
Want some advice? Just stop caring what others think and stop letting people push you around and use you. You deserve better.
Excuse me? I am not so naive that...
Really? Then how come you're the only one who's cleaning up after the party? And has your mom ever returned the money she keeps borrowing?
That's none of your business. Okay. That was kinda rude. I'm sorry.
Why are you always sorry? Also, would you like to go out with me sometime?
What? After you just insulted me? No. I mean, I'm sorry to crush your feelings, and it feels nice to be asked out by someone like you, but no, sorry. I spent the rest of the night replaying my conversation with Lance, feeling angry. But as I cooled off, I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was right. I did a lot for Mom and the girls, and I couldn't remember the last time they did anything nice for me. The next day, I was watching my favorite MSA videos on the TV when the girls walked in and Tracy just snatched the remote from me and changed the channel. I want to watch a movie. Sunny, please sit on the other sofa. No, Sunny, don't sit anywhere. You've got to drive me to the nail salon. Sunny, all my clothes are wrinkled. Iron them when you're back. Lance was right. I was a pushover, and I didn't like it. No!
What do you mean, no?
I won't take you to the beauty salon. I won't iron your clothes, and I was watching TV. All you do is use me, and you don't respect me, and that's not cool. Oh, also, I'm gonna go out with Lance, and you all have boyfriends, so I don't care if you're mad. I am breaking the pact. They were shocked, and so was I. I'd never yelled at anyone in my life, and it felt good. Later that day, the girls apologized for treating me badly and promised not to take advantage of me anymore. They even gave me their blessing to date Lance. And of course, I forgave them. Lance and I started dating soon, and we had such a good time together. He helped me stand up for myself more often and gain confidence. I even booked some modeling gigs without involving Mom, and I was doing great. One evening, Mom invited me to dinner at a fancy restaurant, and I decided to introduce Lance to her there.
Break up with him, honey. That boy's a waste of time. I'm sitting right here.
Mom, Lance is a nice guy, and he makes me happy.
He's a loser. By the way, Lance, are you gonna finish that cheesecake? Before I forget, Sonny, I need to borrow your credit card again to book a flight to Hawaii. So just give it to me after you've paid for this meal, okay?
I felt a wave of rage sweep through me. No!
What's that sound you just made? I've never heard it from your mouth before.
Hear it now, loud and clear. No, 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 and sayonara. Oh, one last thing. You're fired. I snapped my credit card in half, grabbed Lance's hand, and stormed out of there. I'm sorry about my mom. She shouldn't have treated you that way.
Don't worry about it. I'm so proud of you for standing up to her.
Lance was such a supportive boyfriend, but Mom got more conniving by the minute. She started sending me dozens of texts begging me for money, and it got harder to ignore her each day. One night, Lance caught me sneaking out of the house.
Where are you going?
For a jog.
At midnight?
Fine, I admit it. I can't help myself. It's a curse. I know my mom's using me, but I can't sleep at night since I refused her money. There's no hope for me. I'm doomed. Leave now and save yourself. I started crying like a baby, and Lance pulled me into a hug.
Maybe you should try giving money to a good cause, Sonny, to people who really need your help.
I thought that was a great idea. The next day, Lance introduced me to his cousin Nancy, who owned a nonprofit to feed hungry kids. I was so excited to help that I wrote Nancy a big fat check.
Sonny, that's a lot of money. Maybe you should think about this.
No, I insist. A couple of weeks later, I donated double the amount, and the month after, I tripled it. It felt amazing! But one morning, Lance didn't show up to work and didn't answer any of my calls either. When 2 days passed by, I started getting really worried and filed a missing person report. I even called up Nancy, but her phone was off too. And then I found pictures of Lance and Nancy on social media living their best life on some beach. Lance wasn't even his real name. Their whole charity was a big scam. And duh, Nancy wasn't his cousin. I was so devastated I couldn't get out of bed, take a shower, or comb my hair for days.
days. What is up with you, girl? You smell like a gym sock soaked in spoiled milk. Is there something living in your hair? I burst into tears and told them everything.
I knew Lance was trouble with his perfect eyes and hair. He was way too good to be true. Of course he was evil. We'll make him pay.
First, we went to the police, who put out a warrant for the pair's arrest, but they were smart and couldn't easily be found. Next, the girls and I went online and told our followers about Nancy and Lance's scam and asked for help to find them. Within minutes, we got a dozen leads. Nancy and Lance were arrested at an airport trying to leave the country. Sasha threw a party at the house to celebrate, but for some reason, I still wasn't happy. I took a walk to get some air, and I saw these kids waiting in line outside a soup kitchen. Suddenly, it turned on a light bulb in my head. Before I knew it was a fraud, it had made me really happy thinking my money was going to needy kids. I could start my own charity. Being nice didn't have to be my weakness. It could be my superpower. And now, 5 years later, I'm running soup kitchens all over the country. My model friends volunteer sometimes too. How about I perform for these kids after they've all eaten? No.
You two are just jealous.
You like my music, right, Sonny? Sasha, I love you, but I really, really, really hate your music. Sorry, I'm not that nice anymore. Hi, my name's Lucy, and I really don't like to be the center of attention. Until I decided to make myself the center of the whole world's attention, and now my life is totally destroyed. As far back as I can remember, I've loved taking photos, the hidden stories they tell, the raw honesty in a single frame, and, most importantly, it keeps me behind the lens and never in front of it. Achoo! Now, I know what you're thinking. Fancy rich girl gets a fancy camera and can coast through life while spending her time taking photos of fancy things. But that's not really the case. Sure, my dad is one of the wealthiest people in town, but you'd never know it from the way he treats me. He's never bought me any branded clothes, never spoiled me at a 5-star restaurant. He's never even given me a birthday present, come to think of it. He'd rather use his money on his fat cat clients so they can keep making each other richer and richer. In fact, he didn't even buy me this camera. That was a gift from my best friend Taylor's mom, Miss Margolis.
Wow! Thanks, Miss Margolis!
Are you kidding? Thank you for coloring our lives with such wonderful photography. And please, call me Regina.
Miss Margolis? Regina, was like the mother I never had. My mom left us when I was 4.
I don't remember much, but I know for sure that that's when my dad's heart started freezing over, until the man I once knew had become a full-grown yeti with a glacier for a chest.
When are you going to stop with this photography nonsense? How are you going to ever make any money with that stupid stuff?
Needless to say, I spent all my time at Taylor and Regina's. It didn't bother me that they could only afford an air mattress to sleep on, or that we ate microwavable meals every night. It was the one place that felt like home. And then, when I was in the 10th grade, everything changed. Regina got sick, couldn't work anymore, and could barely keep up with household expenses, let alone afford the surgery that would make her healthy again. I tried asking my dad for help, but that went as well as you'd expect it to go.
What am I, a walking ATM? You need money, you earn it. Just like I had to.
I began to feel guilty that I'd been practically living there without contributing so much as a single dime. I even offered to sell my camera.
Absolutely not. You don't owe us anything, Lucy. You've already given me plenty by spending all these years with us.
I didn't know what to do. But just when all hope seemed lost, Taylor found an advertisement from the billion-dollar brand Floriful saying they were looking for photography submissions for their Be Real campaign. The chosen winner would win a huge cash prize. I knew it was a long shot, but being real is kinda my thing. If you ever want to see the realness of how messy life is behind the glitz and glamour, my dad is a masterclass in how not to live your life. I walked around for hours combing the town, capturing life in its rawest form. Candid smiles of couples in love, faded graffiti on old brick walls, anything that told a real story. Then I submitted them to Floriful, and after 3 agonizing days of waiting, my heart exploded with excitement. I won! Or at least, I must have won. Those were my photos, front and center on Floriful's website homepage. But why hadn't I been notified? As I clicked on the article and looked closer, What I saw nearly crushed me to pieces. Someone else had taken credit for my work.
I'm so humbled to know that my vision, my passion, my soul touched Floralful so deeply they just had to pick me and didn't just settle for something amateurish.
As I looked deeper, I found out that Fiona was the niece of Floralful's CEO. What a scam! I couldn't bear to tell Regina the news. I went to school the next day, hopelessly depressed. That's when I saw Eli walking in my direction. Now, normally, we would do our typical routine. Me, cowering beneath the shadows of his beautiful hair and massive brain. Him walking by like I was a particularly uninteresting ficus. But this time was different. This time, he was walking straight towards me.
Hey, you're Lucy, right?
Well, I can be a Lucy if you want me to be.
But your name's Lucy, right? Like Lucy with a C?
Yeah, Lucy with a C. How smart. Some people think it's with an S. One guy thought it was a Q, but he was an exchange student, so I guess that doesn't count.
Okay, Lucy. My name's Eli. I'm the editor for the school paper, and I saw some of your photos. They're brilliant. We're looking for a photographer for our next big story. Only problem is, we don't exactly have a story yet. Well, there was a fish that went missing from a classroom, but that's not exactly Pulitzer material.
And then, under the weight of the pressure and sadness and indignation of losing what was rightfully mine, my shyness evaporated. I burst out and told him everything. I told him about Taylor and Miss Regina, and the Be Real competition and Fiona. And I watched as I saw a side of Eli that I had never seen in all those years of pretending not to gaze at him from afar. He was mad, like fuming mad.
How could they do that to you? After all the great work you put in? That's outrageous!
I couldn't believe it. The smartest kid in school, and third most handsome by gossip's consensus, was angry on my behalf. Eli vowed to go forward with his story in the school paper. But first, we had to find Fiona.
As an investigative journalist, I know a lot more than I probably should.
Like what?
Like Fiona's address, for example.
We got into Eli's car and sped to Fiona's house. I felt more alive and more assertive than I have in years.
Don't be nervous. When she answers, just...
Thanks. But when it comes to defending my work, I don't need a pep talk. Who was this person I was becoming? Or was I finally rediscovering my old self? Was the Be Real campaign uncovering a real me I'd forgotten years ago? I rang the doorbell, and Fiona herself answered. But to my surprise, she looked different, more tired than she did online, and maybe almost nice. At that moment, all my previous confidence shriveled up like an overexposed photo left out in the sun.
Hey, can I help you?
Fiona. It is Fiona, right? Oh, of course it's Fiona. After all, this is Fiona's house. What were we here for again?
I'm Eli Bellinger. I'm with the Northwood Times. We're here to ask you some questions.
Oh, right. Okay, well...
Fiona, don't slouch and fix your hair. You look tired. What have I told you about answering the door like some intern?
And suddenly, everything about her changed. She began to morph into every it girl that ever terrorized me at school, like a werewolf at full moon.
I don't have time for this. But Eli, here's my number. Call me if you want to interview someone who doesn't need a pep talk to ring a doorbell. No offense.
This witch! First she takes my work, now she tries to take my friend, I guess? I couldn't contain myself anymore. My name is Lucy, and you stole my photos to win the Floralful competition.
Excuse me? Your photos? Please. In case you weren't aware, I graduated as the top portfolio pick at the Willow Ridge Visual Arts Academy, won 2 regional youth photography awards, and got featured on the front page of Shutterscene's Next Gen Visionaries issue. But sure, let's pretend I needed to steal your pictures. Now, why don't you make it like the Floralful campaign says and get real? Call me Eli.
I didn't know what was worse, having my hard work plundered or being brutally embarrassed in front of Eli. The drive home started off silent, but just as I was wondering what could possibly be going through Eli's mind, he said the perfect thing.
We should get pizza.
He took me to my favorite pizza joint, the same spot I would go to with Regina and Taylor every Tuesday. And as we started having our first real conversation, I realized we actually had a lot in common. All these years, I had been avoiding him out of fear, when in reality, he was one of the easiest people to talk to. He also had problems with his father, who got scammed by a rich con man when Eli was little. Now his dad only showed up to his house every couple of years to ask his mom for money. 2 broken homes, and a basket of garlic knots holding us together.
That's why I can't stand people like Fiona. Just another snobby rich kid feeding off of people like us who really need the money. You know what I mean?
Yep. Unlike her, just 2 humble peasants. Gotta go harvest some potatoes after algebra.
Makes me mad just thinking of her.
Yeah, she's like a squirrel with a credit card.
What?
I don't know. It made sense in my head. And he even found me funny. After Eli dropped me off at Regina and Taylor's, the weight of my reality crashed back down on me. I barely slept through the night. I just kept refreshing Floriful's homepage over and over again. I even began to doubt whether those photos really were mine. The next morning, I sulked into the kitchen, totally dejected. But that's when I saw Regina cheerily making us her special secret pancake recipe. And I remembered, this wasn't about me or Fiona at all. This was about Regina and her health. And if she could put together a smile and trudge forward every day, so could I. So later that day, I marched right up to Eli. I didn't even care that other people were looking at me. That weird feeling was back again. You know, confidence. We need to write this article, and we need to write it now.
Now that's the girl who took those photos.
We spent the entire day secretly messaging each other bits and pieces of the article back and forth while pretending to pay attention in class. I scribbled a note to Eli as fast as I could. We need a stronger ending. Fiona's gonna wriggle out if we're too polite. Eli read it, and then, like the true nerd he is, pulled out a pen. First, he actually corrected my grammar. Then, just for extra spice, he scribbled a note above the word polite.
Polite? Weak sauce. We're going full spicy.
I blinked at it. This boy had literally proofread my panic scribble in the middle of algebra. And he was proud of it, too. I bit my lip to keep from laughing, grabbed my pen, and drew the dumbest, soggiest-looking noodle you've ever seen, right next to his weak sauce edit. The teacher noticed the note passing.
Lucy, is there something you'd like to share with the class?
Just gratitude, Mr. Barnes, for algebra. Eli barely held back a snort. The teacher gave us the side-eye, but moved on. Sure, it was just the school newspaper, but Eli was good. Some of his articles had gone viral in the past. He even served as a TV correspondent once on the news. Later that week, I found Dad in his office, buried in spreadsheets as usual. Hey, Dad, do you have a minute?
I have 30 seconds. I got a meeting.
I hesitated, then held out one of my photos, the one Regina said looked like hope. Maybe, just maybe, my photographs could help sway him. I thought this one turned out well. He gave it a glance for maybe a second.
Still wasting time with that camera, I see.
It's not a waste. I actually won. Well, I almost won this contest, but...
You want to play artist? Fine, but don't come crying when the real world eats you alive.
I swallowed hard. But Regina's really sick, and I was wondering if maybe...
Still not my problem.
But she's practically family.
All heart, no sense. Just like your mother.
The doorbell rang for my dad's meeting, and at first I was relieved to get out of this conversation, until I saw who it was.
You must be Eli.
OMG, is that Eli?
You're a lot younger than I expected. Let's just get this over with.
My dad went into the conservatory, and just as I tried to hide behind one of the statues in our foyer...
Lucy?
Eli! Hey! What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I work here. May I take your jacket, by the way?
Oh man, you have to work for this guy? I'm sorry to hear that, but don't worry. I'm about to write the most scathing expose on him.
I forced a laugh and led him to the conservatory, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might echo off the marble. Would you like a refreshment before your meeting, sir?
Sure. Orange juice?
I darted toward the kitchen, which I'm usually not even allowed to go into, and grabbed a tray of orange juice, much to the horror of our housekeepers. I balanced the tray for dear life, and just as I arrived in the conservatory, the housekeeper burst through the door.
Ma'am, please don't. Your dad would kill me if he saw you doing this.
My dad, the cook? Why would he care? She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. And then I did exactly what I was trying so hard not to do. I tripped and spilled the juice all over my dad's favorite antique rug. To my dad, this was a nightmare. To Eli, it was a bright, sticky confession.
I'm a journalist, Lucy. I know a lie when I see one.
I couldn't say anything. I just stood there, frozen, orange juice pooling at my feet. The next day just so happened to be the day our article about Floriful was supposed to come out. I checked the school newspaper, but the front page was just a dumb story about our school mascot's favorite rock and roll bands. In fact, the whole entire paper and its corresponding website didn't have a single story from Eli anywhere, which almost never happens. I looked for him all over the place, but he was nowhere to be found. That night at Taylor and Regina's, I felt both embarrassed and abandoned. And just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I received an email with a subject that said, "One more photo to add," from a sender that made my stomach drop to the floor. Fiona. I clicked on it, and there, enlarged on my computer screen, was a horrifying picture of Fiona and Eli? And she had her arm around him? I couldn't make up my mind about whether to throw up on the screen or smash my computer to pieces. But instead, I sprung from my chair and marched all the way down to Eli's front door. No more Miss Shy Girl! I got there just as he arrived in his rickety old car. Care to explain where you were?
I had an interview.
An interview. Then what's this?
So what? I can't interview someone anymore? She apologized for the way she acted. She said she gets defensive when it comes to her work and explained she was out of line.
Her work? Eli, she's lying.
And what about you? Do you really need this contest money after all?
Look, I'm sorry I lied about my dad, but you don't understand.
Save it, Lucy. I just don't know what to believe anymore. You're just another spoiled rich kid, too.
Wow. You know what? I'm gonna go storm off home. And you know why? Because I don't have my dad's car to drive off in, or my dad's money to call a cab home, or my dad's love to come pick me up. But yeah, I'm real spoiled. For the next couple of weeks, I redirected my efforts. I'd spent so much energy fighting Fiona that I'd forgotten how great it was to spend quality time with Taylor and Regina. We settled back into our routines. And truth be told, I settled back into my shyness. Being behind the scenes started to feel comfortable again. But I could tell Regina was still in pain, and she really needed surgery. Even worse, Floriful had the nerve to advertise an upcoming Q&A with the special winner of their Be Real campaign. Not me. Fiona. A couple of days later, I found a note stuffed in my locker. Meet me behind the library. Yeah, no thanks. I threw it straight in the trash. The next day, there was another one. Please, it's important. Trash. Third day. I'm sorry, at least hear me out. Trash. Hey, I was perfectly happy never speaking to him again. Mostly. A few days later, I was just minding my own business, walking home, backpack slung over one shoulder, dreaming about microwavable mac and cheese. When suddenly, a bag slipped over my head. I knew high school would kill me! Then someone shoved me into a car. 20 minutes later, They plopped me onto a chair. I thrashed around like a feral raccoon until the bag was finally lifted. And standing there, looking way too proud of himself, was Eli.
Relax, it's just me.
You kidnapped me?
You left me no choice.
I glared at him, panting like a cornered cat. And then he pulled out his secret weapon. A sad, crumpled bag of garlic knots.
Truce?
I stared at the bag, then at him, then back at the bag. Some battles aren't worth fighting. You're lucky I'm weak for carbs.
I'm so sorry. I know it'll be impossible to make up for what I said to you, but I have a surprise that might help.
I braced myself for, I don't know, a heartfelt speech. Instead, he pulled out his laptop, and front and center was that same disgusting photo of him cuddling up with Fiona. Eli, if this is some sort of twisted joke, it is not funny.
No, Lucy, seriously. Look closer.
I was about 2 seconds away from hurling his laptop into the sun, but then he zoomed in, and there it was, hiding in the background of that gross photo, Fiona's email inbox. A whole page of messages, including one that said, "Like and subscribe to MSA, or I steal your work." Just kidding. But seriously, you should. Anyway, there, between all the junk mail and regrets, was a message from her uncle, the CEO of Floriful, with a subject line that read, "Be Real Contest Winner, Lucy Roth," dated 2 whole days before Fiona was announced as the winner. As much as I tried to stay mad, a tiny, smug grin betrayed me. Well, this doesn't excuse how you treated me, but I'll admit, that's a good catch. However, you're writing the article this time.
I think we're gonna need more than just a photo. Otherwise, she'll be able to say it's fake. We need to catch her off guard.
Well, lucky for you. Your bestie Fiona is making a public appearance soon at the Floriful Q&A.
She's not my bestie.
Oh, could have fooled me. You two looked very cozy.
I was investigating. Undercover.
Sure. Real deep cover operation there, Agent Bellinger.
Focus, Roth. This Q&A might be our shot.
Perfect. Let's blow her cover live. Eli used his journalism connections to get 2 press passes to the event, which was being held at the fanciest hotel in town.
Seeing as how this is your plan and your work, I think it's best if you do the talking.
What? Me? But there's so many people here, and so many cameras. I'm more of a behind-the-lens kind of girl.
That's all in your head. You got this. I believe in you.
But as the event started, and Fiona started lying her face off on the stage, it became harder and harder to stop myself from bursting.
And for this next photo, I really wanted to capture the feeling of solitude, of inner peace.
People were eating up her fake work like it was the second coming of Picasso. I had enough. I shot my hand up so fast and nearly dislocated my shoulder. I have a question. The whole crowd turned. Fiona spotted me, and for a half a second, she flinched. Then she slapped on that fake smile of hers.
Oh, sure, you there, with the confidence.
You talk a lot about solitude, but honestly, your photos just look lonely, not real. You ever think maybe it's because real friends can spot a faker from a mile away? I guess friendship's not really your thing.
Oh, please. I have loads of friends. In fact, some of us are practically family. Right, Eli?
I stood up fully, striding toward the front, feeling a fire I hadn't felt in, well, maybe ever. The rest? All mine. Lucy Roth. Hi. Nice to meet you. Gasp. Somewhere, someone actually dropped a wine glass.
That's a lie! She's obsessed with me. She's like my biggest fan. Probably has a shrine to me in her closet made out of my Instagram stories.
People started snickering. Fiona straightened up like someone had just pulled her strings.
You know what? Maybe I did inspire her. Maybe if she spent more time working on her talent instead of obsessing over me, she wouldn't be crying in public like a little crybaby.
And without missing a beat, I turned to Eli. Was that an inspirational quote? Should I embroider that on a pillow? The crowd cracked up. Fiona's face went purple, like an eggplant wearing mascara. And then it happened. Eli gave the secret nod. For our plan, it was go time. Suddenly, the big screen behind Fiona flickered, and boom, there it was. A blown-up screenshot of the email from Floraful's CEO, clear as day. Be Real contest winner, Lucy Roth. The whole room gasped like someone had let out a massive fart in church. Fiona didn't notice at first. She just kept talking, acting like the queen of authenticity. But when she finally turned around and saw it, it was like watching a Jenga tower collapse in slow motion. She froze, then let out this tiny, pitiful little squeak.
Oh, fudge.
And that's when things got really chaotic. Her dad practically launched himself onto the stage, flailing like a businessman who had just lost a deal.
That's a fake! Security! Remove her!
I barely had time to panic before a squad of security guards came barreling toward me like I was some kind of criminal mastermind. I braced myself to get dragged out by my hair. But then, Fiona absolutely lost it.
Stop!
And when I say the whole room froze, I mean like a Disney movie where time just stops. Fiona stood there, shaking like a soda bottle about to explode, and croaked out,
She's right. I stole the photos, okay? I stole them because I just wanted my dad to finally look at me the way he looks at his stupid golf trophies.
I swear you could hear a pin drop. Even the security guards looked awkward. Then, and I'm not making this up, Fiona grabbed the Be Real trophy off the podium and shoved it into my hands like it was a hot potato.
You're more real than I'll ever be.
And then she ran off stage, sobbing into her overpriced designer scarf, with her dad stumbling behind her, yelling something about lawsuits and PR disasters. Meanwhile, I just stood there, on stage, holding the trophy. And for once, I didn't feel like hiding behind a lens. I stood tall. Cameras flashed. People clapped. And somehow, in the middle of all that chaos, I finally felt seen. By the next day, the story wasn't just in our school newspaper. It was everywhere. Suddenly, I wasn't the girl behind the lens anymore. Floraful's CEO scrambled to fix the mess, even doubling the cash prize. It was enough to pay for Regina's surgery, and maybe open a few new doors for me too.
I got a scholarship to the Bernbart Journalism Institute. I was thinking you could, maybe you could apply too? Because, every writer needs a good photographer, right?
When I got home, the last thing I expected to see was the school newspaper framed on my dad's desk, next to a cup of cold coffee and a spreadsheet, like it had always belonged there.
That one, that's your photo, right?
Yeah. He nodded, like he didn't trust his own voice. Then he added,
I didn't know you had that kind of eye. Your mom, she used to see the world like that too.
He didn't say, I'm sorry. He didn't say, I'm proud. But he left the frame right there, and that was enough, for now.
I'm not sure how you noticed all that.
I don't know, Dad. I guess it's just called being real. Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid,
My parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch. Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her. Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on. Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her. Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills. Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, 'cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news. We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy. A beautiful little boy. Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam. I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day. You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands? Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what? That the brat was a bad idea. It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door.
No, get away.
Leave me alone.
Help.
I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say
when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold Mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50. 40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead.
We came because our parents have leukemia.
Oh my God. No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things. Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes. Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me.
Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV.
Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house.
So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor.
Now I can go to a fancy college. Only the best for my daughter. A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh, shoot. I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother. So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow? Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date. Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then. He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow? Sounds like a good place to start. Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guys started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on? I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself. Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave. Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face? He said he got hurt during football practice. Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today?
I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision.
What? You're going to California? That's across the country.
I need you here, Les. No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Leslie, please. You're all I have.
You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore.
But you're my big sister.
And I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time.
Hi guys, my name is Melanie, but call me Mel. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I used to live with my older brother Mark and my parents, who usually kept super busy with their work. With them gone for hours, Mark'd be responsible for the house and me. But that didn't come easy for him because I was a mess. As a kid, I was really wild and clumsy. I'd run around the house causing trouble, and he'd had to chase after me to keep me in check. No more chocolates, Mel. They ain't good for your teeth. But they're falling out anyways, brother, so let me have my fun. Even the kids at school would make fun of me for being weird and clumsy. But it all changed as I stepped into adolescence and the gorgeous genes in the family started to kick in. By the time I was 15, the same boys who'd teased me in my childhood now started asking me out. These are for you. Happy birthday, beautiful. Same to you. Little did they know I was still the same weird me on the inside, and Mark's protectiveness was all the more reason why I'd never gone on a single date. No doubt I loved him to bits, but he'd influence all the things I did at home and school, and it'd drive me crazy. Why did you throw away my party invitations? Why did you delete my Insta account? Why'd you sign me up for a geography class? 'Cause that'll help you in your future. You should be thankful you have a brother like me, Mel. Or else, how are you going to survive in this world? Happily. Saying that, I stormed out of his room, but later that night, he came to me. Are you still mad at me, Mel? Okay, listen, I've always wanted the best for you since you were a kid. Yeah, but I'm not a kid anymore, and you gotta stop controlling my life. Fine, you're gonna have it that ways anyways, 'cause I'm moving out for college next week. What? I didn't know how to react, 'cause I was both happy and sad about him leaving. But after Mark left, I had this feeling that I could take complete control over my life, especially when Mom and Dad were moving to a new city for their work and I was shifting with them. Our new house was like a giant mansion, and my room had these big windows and a tall mirror that took up most of the north wall. But more than anything, I was excited about getting a fresh start at school because Mark wasn't here to hijack my life. So, on the very first day, I wore a gorgeous new dress to school. But just as I was making my way through the hallways, I stumbled and bumped into a girl who was holding giant paint buckets in her hands, and all of them came flying onto my dress. Holy jeez! I ended up on the floor, but the girl reached out her hand towards me. Are you okay? I took it and quickly got off my butt, but I couldn't believe my eyes. She had gorgeous blonde hair and the sweetest smile. It was like I had an instant crush. I'm so sorry about the paint. Oh gosh, I ruined your dress. Come with me. She grabbed my hand and took me to the changing room, and there she handed me a fresh pair of clothes. Try this. It's not that great, but it'll help you make a good impression on your first day. How did you know it was my first day? A word gets around here fast, especially about cute girls. Okay, thank you. If that was a compliment, I mean. Was it? Oh, never mind. I'm just blabbering. Wow, you're adorable. Saying that, she went away. But indeed, I did make an impression, because that dress was all torn from behind. And all the kids were laughing at me as I walked the hallways, except for the one girl that helped me out. can't believe Jenny would prank you like this. But then again, she is Jenny. What do you mean? And who are you? Well, I'm Lauren, and I'm definitely not like her. But she is evil. She's got these weird family issues with a mute mom and a mute stepdad who's a complete jerk. And she's turning out to be just like them. Yeah, I could tell that by now. Lauren stuck by my side for the rest of the day, and we bonded pretty well. She was fun and notorious, just like me, and had this YouTube channel where she'd make entertaining vlogs. She even introduced me to this music club that she was a part of, and I was loving her so much that I wanted to be just like her now. Within a week, it was like we were besties, with no one to ruin our adventures. Or at least that's what I thought. Because there was someone whom I felt kept a constant eye on us and followed us everywhere at school. Jenny. One time I was in the swimming class, but just as I popped out of the water, I was shocked to see Jenny right in front of me. Jeez, you scared me. What the heck? You should stay away from Lauren. She's not nice, and she's just spoiling you. Really? Who are you, my mom? And why do you care? Especially after what you did to me on the very first day. That wasn't me. I don't believe you. Just leave me alone. Yeah, okay, I'm leaving. But this is the last time I'm warning you about Lauren. Don't be stupid. I don't like stupid people. Excuse me? With that, she took my towel and left. What a psycho. But luckily, after that day, I didn't see much of Jenny, and I got busy with my music club rehearsals. The school had its very own band, with Lauren as the lead singer, and I wanted to audition to be a part of it too. So I practiced really hard and nailed my auditions. And as a treat, Lauren took me out to dinner. You were great today. I'm sure you're going to get selected. So, what can I get you? Jenny? I didn't know you worked here. That's okay. She ain't Jennifer Lopez that we should be remembering small details about you. Lauren? After that, she took my order and went away, and Lauren turned towards me. You don't have to be so nice to her. I told you, she's a psycho. Yeah, I get that. But what you said also wasn't nice, man. She keeps following you everywhere. And the other day, I saw her chasing away some guys who were coming to talk to you. God knows what she's up to. Suddenly, Jenny came back with our order, but she seemed off. That's your order. And here's something those guys sent for you. I don't like their vibe. If you want, I can make them leave. Make them leave? Are you nuts? Send them over to us. They're cute. But they seem bad. No one asked for your opinion. Now get out of here. And before I could even say anything, Lauren called them over and Jenny walked away angrily. I also felt awkward because I was still a noob when it came to dating and chatting with guys. So I rushed towards the restroom, but one of the guys followed me there. God, you're pretty. It's like I'm drawn to you. To the washroom? I need to pee. Go away. But he came closer and tried to kiss me. What are you doing, jerk? Get away! I slapped him hard in the face, but just then Jenny came from behind and dumped an entire tray of food over his head. You moron! How dare you touch her? I'm gonna kill you! She kicked him behind his knee and climbed onto his shoulders and started pulling his hair. Suddenly, there were loud screams across the restaurant, and the managers came running. They fired Jenny on the spot for misbehaving with her customers, and I had to butt in. No, she didn't do anything wrong. She was just trying to help. Shh, let her be. I told you she was nuts. Let's just go from here. Lauren pulled me out of there, and we both went home. But later that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Jenny. She tried to help me, but got fired. I was feeling terrible. But then suddenly, I heard a loud thud in my room. I got up and checked and saw the big mirror in my room was open, and it had a secret room behind it. Holy freaks! I grabbed the side lamp and was ready for action, but then the unthinkable happened. Jenny, did you follow me all the way home? God, she was really a psycho. I started backing away because I was frightened. Melanie? Tell me what you're doing here or I'm gonna call the cops. No, don't do that. Don't call anyone. I'll tell you everything. This was my home. Before my mom married my stepdad, we used to live here happily. I looked around and saw toys and Jenny's pictures with her family all over the walls. She wasn't lying about this. But then my dad left and Mom married that jerk, and he sold everything because of his gambling habits. Mom's head over heels for him, so we won't leave him. And today, when they learned that I got fired from the restaurant, they got mad at me and I just ran away. Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Jenny. I had no idea. I thought you were stalking me. What? Why'd you think that? 'Cause Lauren told me you kept following me and that you'd chase away all the guys who tried to come near me. I'm not a stalker, Mel. I didn't know you lived here. And I did all that 'cause I was just trying to protect you after what happened on your first day of school. But if that's what you think of me, then fine. I'm gonna leave. It made me feel bad that she was just trying to be protective, and that reminded me of my brother. Jenny, it's all right. You don't have to leave. If you want, you can stay with me. No, Mel. You think of me as someone bad. You're not bad. The guy who tried to kiss me was bad, and I want to thank you for saving me from him. And I'm sorry that you got fired because of me, so please stay. Her face lit up, and she came and hugged me, and for some reason, my heart started racing. This was crazy. The next 2 days, it was the weekend. Mom and Dad weren't home, and Jenny stayed with me. And surprisingly, it was fun. We shared so many interests together, including MSA being our favorite YouTube channel. And she baked me the most delicious cookies in the world. Later at night, I was even having trouble working on my homework when she came and helped me. Come on, Mel. I know you have it in you. I'm not really on the smart side, but you can be on the hard-working side. Come on, it's just to pass a few grades. Okay, I'll try harder. But instead of that, I ended up sleeping like a log. And when I woke up, I saw she was sleeping right next to me. And for some reason, I couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face. Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, I fell in love with you from the very first moment, Mel. And that's why I was super protective about you, though I may have shooed away some stupid boys out of jealousy, too. Gosh, she was so adorable, and I liked her all the more for this. Then she got up and played some music and pulled me in for a dance. We danced and played games all night long, and I was super excited to go and break this news to Lauren the next day. But instead, she gave me a shock. Watch this. I'm gonna upload this video on my channel. Psycho Witch Gone Nuts. What? No, you know that's not true. Jenny's a good person, Lauren. She tried to help me. Who cares? We'll get millions of views if we post crazy videos like this. And she's a loner. Nobody cares about her. I do. What? I told her everything. But instead of being happy about me, she looked grossed out. Ew! I can't believe you'd go for someone like her. She ain't even rich like us anymore. How does that matter, Lauren? I like her, and she likes me, and you should drop that low-leveled thinking of yours. Low level? OMG, how dare you? Do you have any idea whom you're talking to? I'm the queen of this school, and you're nothing without me. If it wasn't for the misfired prank I tried to pull on Jenny, I'd have never even talked to you. What do you mean? You were the one who tore her clothes? Yeah, I did it to get more subscribers for my channel, but then I saw you wearing those clothes and the kids making fun of you. I felt bad, so I thought I could be nice to you for a while, but it looks like I pitied the wrong person. Saying that, she pushed me, but I couldn't let her do this to Jenny, so I snatched her phone and smashed it into pieces. You witch! Suddenly she jumped onto me and we both broke into a wild fight. The teachers came running and pulled us apart. I'm not gonna spare you now. I rule this place. I'm a diva with thousands of subscribers watching me and following me. And that little music band you want to get into? I run it. I know everything you do, and I've always admired you for it. So much that I always wanted to be just like you, but not anymore. 'Cause now I know that you're a bad person, and you use people to get famous, and I'd never want to be like you. She's right. Lauren is just so evil. Yeah, she's not even that good of a singer. They have her in the band because of her popularity. She's so egotistical. Suddenly, the color on Lauren's face faded, listening to all the comments and seeing the cameras around her. And then we were taken to the principal's office, where we waited for a few hours until I saw my brother walk out of there. Mark, what are you doing here? I came to give you guys a surprise visit, but Mom and Dad weren't home, and I got a call from your school. And seems like you couldn't stay out of trouble without me, huh? I didn't do anything wrong. I know, and I'm proud of that. Mom and Dad told me how well you've been doing on your own. I ran and hugged him, and he told me I was being put into detention for a week, while Lauren was being expelled from school because of several complaints against her for pranking and ill-treating kids. I felt bad for her, but then I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Are you okay? I heard what happened, and I got so worried. Why did you fight with her? 'Cause you would have done the same for me.
I was standing in the grocery section examining an apple when my eyes shifted to a man nervously eyeing the cereal boxes. I casually dropped a sack of flour into my shopping cart, then hid behind a rack and scanned the man's face on my watch. Suspect identified. Tobias Steele, known for industrial espionage and diamond heists. Approach with caution. Slowly, I moved my cart closer to Tobias. Hey, could you pass me 10 boxes of Fruit Loops, please? I'm too short. Don't you just love Fruit Loops? They're the best.
I don't like anything sweet.
Everyone likes Fruit Loops, dude. That's just criminal. Tobias looked at me nervously, then suddenly started running in the opposite direction. I flung the sack of flour at his head and he fell. Then I pinned him to the ground.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm a secret agent with the CIA. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with my scientist dad and identical twin sister Camilla. Mom left us when we were babies, and Dad was always busy in his science lab in our basement, so we weren't too close. Having a twin sister wasn't the greatest thing either, because Camilla and I had nothing in common. She was much more girly and a social butterfly, and we never got along even as kids. We further drifted apart in middle school when she made friends with the school bully Kira, and I got into boxing. Soon, I was acing every competition in town. I was good. So good that at 15, the CIA secretly approached me and recruited me. 3 years later, I'm their smartest agent ever. Of course, my family didn't know. They thought I was a weird, introverted tomboy with a thing for flannel shirts and books. After pinning down another criminal, I was sitting in the school cafeteria when suddenly Kira started sniffing me. Ew, you smell like trash. When was the last time you washed your hair? Or shaved your armpits? About the same time you two said something worth paying attention to? Oh wait, that was never. OMG, shut up. Ryan just walked in. Kira, quick, how am I looking? Fix my lip gloss, will you? Camilla was a popular girl, but Ryan was the star of the school. Football team captain, really handsome, totally dumb. You know the list. Camilla started walking in Ryan's direction, smiling and waving at him, but he just smiled and looked away. Ouch, that was painful. Anyway, just get my milkshake, Cammy, and stop wasting time on these dumb boys. You look desperate. Kira walked away, and Camilla was leaving too, but I stopped her. Why do you do everything she says? She's not the boss of you. And you are? Just keep your nose in your books and out of my business. Got it?
Loud and clear.
Just then, my phone started buzzing like crazy. My secret phone. And I knew it was time for another mission. This time, it was about someone named Belinda Holland, who was running a secret lab on her private island. My mission was to locate that lab, gather intel, and report back. And Belinda's son, Ryan, happened to be the same guy Camilla was head over heels for. For the next few days, I noted every little detail about Ryan. When he practiced football, what he had for breakfast, even the girls he flirted with, just to find that one golden opportunity to strike up a conversation with him, and then get closer. But every time I tried to make a move, something or someone would interrupt us. I was starting to think luck wasn't on my side when one night I caught Camilla sneaking out. Ow, ow, ow! My arm! You're freaking strong for a girl! Gee, thank you. Where are you going in the middle of the night? To a party, obviously. Ryan's mom has this cool resort on a private island, and he's taking me and Kira there tonight. It's kind of a big deal because no one's ever been on it before, and I really want to go. You know how much I like him. Private island. Bingo! It had to be the same island where the lab was located. I mean, how many islands can one person own? I know it's MSA, but let's be realistic, guys. I just had to get to this party. Fine, but are you sure you want to wear that? That dress looks a bit dated. You think? Wait, what do you know about fashion? I know what suits my sister, and this isn't working. Tell you what, you change and I will hold the door for you. Camilla looked at me suspiciously, but then left to change. Once she was inside the washroom, I quickly closed the door and locked it. Dad wasn't going to hear her anytime soon in his basement. I'm sorry. I'll explain everything later. I fixed my hair, did some makeup, and when I was done, I looked exactly like Camilla. Yeah, we were identical, but this was the first time I actually saw it. I took a cab to the dock and got there just in time. I was just getting my bag out when this guy tapped on my shoulder.
Are you excited? I've never been to one of Ryan's exclusive parties before.
Does this mean I'm famous now?
I'm Patrick, by the way, Ryan's cousin.
I'm Cam. Before I could introduce myself, the boy screamed and then jumped on me.
It's a frog. Oh no, it senses my fear. Please save me. I've never even had a girlfriend or a kiss. Will you kiss me? Please. It's my last wish before I die. Or no, wait. Kiss the frog and maybe it'll turn into a prince or something.
What? It doesn't work like that, and it's gone, so you can get down. You're awfully heavy.
Patrick let me go, and soon after, we boarded the sailboat along with Kira and Ryan and headed for the island. As soon as we got there, I started scanning the place, but it just looked like a regular beach. And I noticed that we had no signals on our phones. I know you guys are wondering where we are, but trust me, this will be the best experience of your life. I just have a feeling. Before Ryan could finish, a huge coconut fell on his head and knocked him out.
Is he dead?
It's a coconut, Kira, not a meteor. He'll be fine. Only he wasn't. We waited for Ryan to wake up on his own. Since it was too dark and none of us knew the way to the resort except Ryan, we decided to camp on the beach. And the next morning, I woke up to Ryan screaming his lungs out. Oh my god, what am I doing here? Who are you? And why are you sunbathing next to me?
Ha ha, very funny. Stop the games and let's go to this resort.
I really need to pee.
What? I don't know you, okay? Or do I? My head is hurting. God.
Ryan, what year is it?
2015?
That's when I realized that the coconut probably hit him too hard and Ryan was suffering from amnesia. I quickly woke up the rest and we decided to go back to the city to get Ryan checked. But when we turned around to leave, we saw the boat had drifted into the ocean because Patrick forgot to anchor it properly. You've got to be kidding me.
I was still recovering from the whole frog thing. Are we gonna die here? Wait, did you guys kidnap me? I might not remember everything, but I know for a fact that I'm rich.
Oh, I know what we can do to save our lives. My aunt taught me this ritual.
Suddenly, Kira got down on her knees and started chanting something.
Oh, my Lord, Kumbaya, please save us. Don't let us get eaten by dolphins. As a sacrifice, I'm giving up my vintage Chanel sunglasses. Please accept this. Hoo la la la, hoo la la la, hoo.
Kira, can you please not act like an idiot for once and let me focus?
What's gotten into you, Camilla? You're not usually this snarky, and I was just helping. It's not like I forgot to anchor the boat.
I said I was still hung up on the frog. Can someone please tell me what's happening?
Shut up,
all of you! Focus. We have two choices. Either we stay here crying about a boat, or we walk till we find the resort. Everyone calmed down and decided to go with the second option, which was to find the resort. But the heat was killing us, and we couldn't spot anything for hours. To top it all, Kira was an absolute brat and kept asking me to piggyback her. When I refused, she threw a fit, and one of the boys had to step in. It wasn't until sunset that we came across a big building that looked really creepy. Thankfully, it wasn't so bad on the inside, and we slept like babies. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint humming sound. I was sure it was coming from somewhere in the room and carefully scanned every corner trying to find the origin of the sound when I saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hall. Who's there? No answer. I can hurt you really, really bad. I know kickboxing and kung fu. Still no answer, and the sound kept growing louder as I got closer. It was too dark. I couldn't see the face and was sweating bricks when suddenly Patrick jumped out of the shadows wearing headphones.
Ah! What are you doing?
What are you doing? And why were you making that sound?
I was just singing. It helps calm me down. You should try it.
I relaxed a bit, and both Patrick and I sat down. As we got talking, I asked him more about Ryan and Belinda. He was Ryan's cousin after all.
I've never really met Ryan before. I was here on vacation, and when he heard I was in town, he invited me to this party. My mom hates his family because she thinks Ryan's mom is kinda snooty.
Rich and pretty people are often snooty.
Well, I guess that means you're not rich then. But you are pretty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say you looked poor. I meant, watch out!
Just then, Patrick pulled me in as a lizard fell from the ceiling. We were so close, I could practically feel him breathing on my face. He wasn't so bad to look at, actually.
Ew, no, Jane, snap out of it.
That was a close call.
It's a lizard. Also, you're kind of strangling me.
Sorry.
Patrick and I left for bed soon after, and the next morning, I woke up extra early to check the places for clues when I noticed that Ryan was missing. I searched for him everywhere in the house, but he was nowhere to be seen. So I rushed outside and walked around till I spotted Ryan standing under a coconut tree. What are you doing?
I figured if I stand here long enough, a coconut might fall on my head again and I might get my memory back.
I don't think that's how it works, Ryan. Let's go back. We started walking back when I noticed a weird-looking bird following us. I grabbed it to take a closer look when I saw a small camera under its tail. Holy cow, this was a surveillance bird. Just then, the bird started flapping its wings like crazy, making loud beeping sounds, and within seconds, a black van arrived and 2 guards came running in our direction.
You're outnumbered, sweetheart. Surrender peacefully, and we might go easy on you.
Please, I've fought tougher men than you before breakfast. Let's dance. I launched into some of my best boxing moves, knocking one of the guards to the ground, but the other guard pulled me into a tight grip. I tried to fight my way, but he was too strong, and the next thing I knew, he pushed me into the back of a van with a really weird smell, and soon everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in a big room with my hands tied to a pole, and Ryan was sitting across from me playing video games.
Oh hey, you're up, finally. Care for some candy?
No, you idiot, untie me.
Oh yeah, sorry. I've been a little in and out with my memory since Mom got me here this morning. There, all done.
As Ryan untied me, I quickly got up to run, but just as I turned around, a woman walked in, and I immediately recognized her from the photos, Belinda Holland. She saw my hands untied and screamed at Ryan.
What have you done, you moron? Guards, catch her!
I bolted towards the door and managed to escape the room, but just as I turned the corner, I saw the guards running towards me, blocking the exit.
Come on, Jane, you were trained for this. Knock him down.
I took a defensive stance and was ready to attack when suddenly the window next to me shattered and Patrick jumped in.
What are you doing here?
Saving your butt, of course.
Where's Kira?
You didn't think I'd bring her on a rescue mission.
Good call. Also, that glass could have hurt me, hero.
Oh, yeah. Didn't think that through.
Dude, look out! Guard incoming, 9 o'clock. But Patrick failed to react in time and the guard pinned him to the ground. But I kicked the guard in the face.
Next time, just say duck or dodge or something. I'm bad with directions.
Got it. We started throwing punches and kicks left and right, and we were surprisingly well synchronized. I didn't know Patrick could fight like that, and he looked so hot doing it. After knocking the guards down, Patrick and I ran like crazy up some stairs. We must have climbed over 7 floors before stopping in front of a door with a passcode. Maybe it's Ryan's birthday. It's his mom's place after all. Patrick started punching numbers like crazy.
Okay, it didn't work. Maybe it's his parents' anniversary, could be his jersey number or locker combination, his blood report number.
Are you in love with Ryan or something? How do you know so much about him?
Because I did my homework. Special Agent Patrick Yapper, NSA.
You're an agent? So am I. CIA. So you're not Ryan's cousin?
I am, but I'm also an agent. It was my mission to stay close to the family and get information about some secret lab. And can you stop talking? I'm trying to concentrate.
Yeah, sure. Dude, you're like the clumsiest agent ever.
That was just my cover. I'm not that clumsy, okay?
Sure, whatever you say. How did you find me?
I heard some loud beeping sounds, ran out, saw you get abducted, and followed you here. Also, I maneuvered through a laser maze, fought almost 1,000 guards, and came here to save you.
That sounds like an exaggeration. But wait, you came here to save me and not for the mission? Why?
What do you mean, why? Because oh God, I can hear footsteps. I have to break this door down. Brace yourself.
Before I could react, Patrick took a deep breath and charged at the door, but it was made of metal and he stumbled backwards right into my arms. There now. All good, princess.
Happens to the best of us.
I looked around and saw a fire extinguisher, which I used to smash open the lock. When the door flew open, we saw something that blew our minds. There was a huge machine in the middle of the room that looked like some kind of weapon. We were inspecting it when Belinda walked in with her guards and Kira.
What are you doing here? I told you to stay back in the room.
I couldn't stay back when the love of my life was taken away from me. Camilla, I love you. If we survive this, I'd love to take you out sometime. What? I thought it was obvious. I have always loved you. I was just jealous that you liked that idiot Ryan. No offense, ma'am.
None taken. Let's get to the point. You will not be leaving till your dad comes here and gives me the key chemical I need to finish my master project.
What chemical? And what's my dad got to do with any of this? Belinda went on to tell me how my dad was actually working for the government and he was the only person who could make the chemical she needed.
That's why I asked Ryan to invite you here, so I could use you as bait and get your dad to help me. But unfortunately, my son's an idiot and lost his memory. Also, I didn't know you were an agent, so that kind of messed up my plan. A little tip, cooperate, and I might be lenient with you.
I have a little tip for you too, ma'am.
Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands.
With that, I landed a solid blow right on Belinda's face, sending her stumbling backwards. In the meantime, Patrick picked up the weapon and hung it over the railing.
One move, and I swear this thing will go over the edge.
Patrick, your family, son.
Family my butt. You didn't even know I existed till I showed up at your door. Tell your guards to drop their weapons and release Kira. Now.
Belinda reluctantly signaled her guards, and when they'd put their weapons down, I took the phone from one of the guards and alerted my team. Within minutes, reinforcements arrived via helicopters and arrested Belinda, seized the lab, and safeguarded the weapon. Ryan, too, was taken in for questioning. When everything was wrapped, Patrick, Kira, and I went back to the mainland, where I saw Dad and Camilla waiting for me. I rushed to them immediately. Why didn't you ever tell me you worked for the government, Dad?
You never told me you were a spy either. That's just how things are. But Janie, I am so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad. Wait, you're not Camilla? No, I am. Before I could react, Camilla started hitting me like crazy. Who does that to their own sister? You locked me and you took my phone? You know I can't live without my phone. Ow! I'm sorry, but it was important. Ow! I swear to God, if you put yourself in danger again, I will kill you. Are you crying? Aw, I'm glad you're here. By the time I was done meeting with my family and briefing the team on what happened, I noticed that Patrick was gone. I couldn't even thank him properly. And worse, tell him that I might have a little crush on him. A few weeks passed after the operation, and I was informed that Belinda had finally confessed that she was working for an enemy organization. Ryan was sent to his dad in Germany, and I never heard from him again. Kira finally asked Camilla out, but unfortunately, Camilla didn't feel the same way about her, and they mutually decided to take a break from their friendship. Meanwhile, I tried to use all my sources to find out where Patrick was, but it was like he disappeared into thin air. Then one day, I was in a coffee shop when I heard a huge crash.
Ow, my head.
Patrick, what are you doing here? What happened to your clothes?
I got lost, then took a little detour and fell into a puddle. Then 2 minutes later, I walked into a flower shop to get you some flowers, but ended up tripping over something there too. But I know you like to come here often, so I thought of giving it a shot and voila.
How did you know I came here? Have you been stalking me?
You make it sound like stalking's a bad thing. Stalking just means caring enough to find out things about people that they don't want to tell you themselves. Look, I like you, Jane, and I know I'm kind of clumsy and stupid, and I say all the wrong things, but I was hoping I could get to know you better. But Kira asked you out and...
Hold on a second. Kira likes my sister, Camilla. I'm very much into boys, especially clumsy ones.
Really?
Yes, but you can't disappear like that again.
Noted. Now, can I kiss you spy style?
Patrick took me by the waist and leaned in to kiss me, but ended up losing his balance and we both crashed into a table. Why am I not surprised? It's a funny thing about most human parents. All over the world, they treat their babies like unique, extraordinary miracles. Every spit bubble and burp is celebrated. Every crooked step is recorded like it's worthy of Olympic gold. Not my mom, though. She never kept records or celebrated milestones. My dad had left before I was born, so she was too busy keeping a roof over our heads to even notice me much. Also, by the time I turned 4 and still hadn't said a word, I think she'd quietly accepted that her kid might grow up to be deeply ordinary, which is why she probably never took me to a doctor. While she worked as a maid at rich people's houses, she left me all day with our neighbor, Mrs. Sharma.
That son of an owl stole all my jewelry and invested it in a food truck that sells boiled peanuts. Who even eats wet nuts? He's an idiot wrapped in a moron.
At least your son leaves the house. Mine's in his room making dance videos all day.
Still sounds better than selling soggy nuts. Ugh, that dumb son of an owl.
You're not an owl. I saw your dead husband's photo. He's not an owl either. Therefore, it makes no sense to call your child the son of an owl.
Did she just speak?
Did she just say therefore?
Also, owls are not dumb. They're highly intelligent creatures who have clever hiding places for food. They can also remember different hunting routes, even after seasons change.
Sarah, how do you know all that?
It's in that book. I read it while Mrs. Sharma was watching that soap opera with that woman who keeps coming back from the dead. I think I know why her son is stupid.
That was the first time I saw Mom smile. It didn't happen again for a very long time.
From that day on, it felt like every buried hope and ambition Mom ever had got pinned on me. She said I was special, and apparently that meant one thing: studying. Constantly, aggressively, and without praise. If I got A+ grades, it was nothing impressive, because she said everyone else in my class had one brain cell. School picnics and field trips, a complete waste of time. And while other kids chilled out on Sundays, I was attending the public library like it was church. Don't even get me started on my birthday, which, lucky me, fell on Halloween. Like the time I turned 8, I was trying to look happy about the advanced algebra book set Mom had gifted me when the bell rang and Mom opened the door.
Trick or treat!
Why would you want to be tricked or treated? If someone tricks you, you're an idiot. If someone treats you with sugar, you're still an idiot, just fatter and with cavities. And what are you even supposed to be?
A zombie. I eat human brains.
Looks like someone ate your brain.
Lady, do you have candy for us or not?
No, but I have something better. Sarah, bring your birthday dessert. I died inside as I carried my ugly chia seed flan to the door. Yeah, I never got cake. I'll cut you a slice. It's full of omega-3s.
Ew, is it supposed to move like that?
I think it just blinked at me.
She pushed the plate away, and it splattered on the floor. The kids ran off, while Mom yelled after them, and I couldn't stop grinning. That zombie girl was my hero. Yeah, Mom was hard on me, and growing up in that house was stressful. But I realized that life was hard on her too. Like once when I was 10, I stopped by one of the houses she worked at, just in time to walk into a meltdown.
You left the cupboard open again, and my dog knocked over the wedding china trying to reach his treats. This is why I never trust the help around expensive things.
I'm really sorry.
Actually, I've seen your dog open the cupboard by himself before, and maybe you shouldn't keep his treats next to your plates?
Sarah, stop.
You know what? I was only going to dock the price of one plate from your salary.
And suddenly, she grabbed 2 more plates from the cupboard and smashed them on the floor.
But look what your daughter made me do. Now you'll be paying for 3.
I'm sorry if I made things worse, Mom, but it wasn't even your fault. How can you let someone talk to you that way? Because people like me don't get to argue, Sarah. I can't lose this job, so I nod and apologize and swallow my pride every day. This is why you can't be average. You're going to have to study harder than anyone else and become someone brilliant. And one day, you're going to walk into a house bigger than that, not to clean it out, but because you own it. You're going to go places, and you're taking me with you. Yeah, no pressure at all. I got bumped up to the 9th grade when I was 12. Some kids looked at me curiously, others snickered and asked me if I needed a high chair, but mostly they ignored me. Till the day I was paired up for a science presentation with the most popular girl in class, Brittany, and I ended up correcting her spelling on the board while she was presenting her part. Honestly, I thought I was being helpful, but apparently I ended up crushing her fragile ego. After that day, she and her minions started playing their favorite game with me, called Oops, I'm Sorry. They accidentally bumped into me in the hallways.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Accidentally hit my face with balls in the gym.
Oops, so sorry.
Accidentally kicked my chair from under me in the cafeteria.
Oops, I'm so sorry.
My elbow got scraped when I fell, so I went to the school nurse to get cleaned up.
I've seen you around, and I actually feel sorry for you, honey. Kids like you just don't have a normal life, honey. I know a few who got bumped up a couple of grades, and they all ended up with mental illnesses. Turn a little this way, honey.
Just then, Brittany burst into the room with some white stuff all over her hair.
Nurse, save me! Save my gorgeous hair! A freak put gum in it!
And then she appeared. A girl I'd always seen sitting at the back of our class.
Don't help her, nurse. She's always bullying that one kid, and someone had to do something about it.
As Brittany screamed hysterically, The nurse led her to another room and told her to wait, then returned to me.
See, this is what I mean, honey. You should just go back to your old school with kids your age. Or you'll end up a criminal, most likely.
Are you bullying her too, nurse? Are you telling her she doesn't belong here? You know, I have a lot more gum, and I'm not afraid to use it on you too.
It took some yelling from the nurse and some convincing from me to make Juno back down. And that was the day I made my first real friend. We started hanging out every day during recess, and then after school too. I knew Mom wouldn't approve of this friendship, but she wasn't home till late in the evening, so she didn't have to know. I tried to teach Juno important things, like studying, time management, basic grammar, and she was always trying to teach me life lessons. Oh, how could I forget the World War II quizzes today? How could I? Oh my God, I can't breathe. I'm gonna fail. I can't fail.
Breathe, little nerd. You'll be just fine. Even Einstein failed a quiz one time. Try to get a life. Try to be cool. It's not life and death. It's just high school.
And she was always trying to make me stand up for myself. Like the time she told me to meet her in the schoolyard after hours.
We are gathered here today so you can learn to grow a spine and stop being a soggy breadstick.
Ouch. You don't have to be so harsh.
Okay, sweetie, we are gathered here today so you can learn to grow a spine and stop being a soggy breadstick. Now picture I'm Brittany. What do you really want to say to her?
Brittany? I think you're kind of mean.
Ew, are you trying to write her a love letter?
Please stop kicking my chair.
Are you clenching your butt? Unclench immediately and let out the rage.
You shouldn't have poured soda in my backpack, you witch.
Yes, give me more of that. Tell me something you hate and have never said out loud.
I hate Jessie Flan, Mom. It looks like it was made from alien boogers. Just smile at me sometimes and get me a freaking chocolate cake, woman!
Oh no, I'm sorry. Your mom.
What?
Oh my God, your face.
I hate you! I didn't know how fast everything would change, but for a little while, I just got to be a kid with a best friend, and it was glorious. One evening when I got home, I was surprised to find Mom there earlier than usual. Your mock SAT scores came today. Quite pathetic. For a genius. I didn't have much time to prep, but I'll study harder for the next try. Oh, I'm sure you will. Now that your little adventures with that girl are over, you think I don't know where you go after school? Clearly, she's distracting you. She's not a bad influence, Mom. She's the only reason I don't feel like I'm suffocating all the time. Oh, poor you. Suffocating in a house you live in for free, with everything handed to you. And all you have to do is study. But no, you've got other priorities, like hanging out with some loser. You don't even know her. She's kind and brave and funny. I know her family. They're poor and cheap. And what are we, Mom? Royalty? Juno's my best friend, and I don't care if you don't approve. I felt shocked at myself as Mom looked at me. She got up and left the room. The whole weekend, she gave me the silent treatment, and the guilt started eating me up. Maybe I had been slacking lately. She worked without a break so I could focus on studying. I couldn't screw up.
Hey, baby genius. Why have you been ignoring my texts all weekend? We have to try this new ice cream place after school.
I can't. My SAT mock scores weren't good, so I need to catch up with prep.
You're 12. You've got like 500 years before the SATs matter. And seriously, none of this exam stuff is that important.
Yes, it is. It's important to me, because I don't want to be a nobody stuck here for the rest of my life.
You mean, like me?
Well, you do treat everything like it's a joke. Not all of us can do that. Some of us have real goals, and people counting on us.
Right. And some of us are just clowns with no future and zero expectations. Got it. Good luck catching up then.
She avoided me for days after that, and I told myself I needed less distractions right now. And then one day,
she didn't show up.
Class, I have some difficult news. Juno was in an accident yesterday. She's in the hospital and is still unconscious. I'll share visiting details after the lesson.
If she's brain dead, how would we tell the difference?
I felt like I couldn't breathe. I ran out of the classroom, out of the school, tears blurring my vision. Juno had to be okay. She just had to be. So I could tell her I was so sorry. I stayed by her side for days. I couldn't focus on school or mock exams. I couldn't even really care about what Mom thought. She wasn't stopping me from visiting Juno at the hospital, but she didn't sit by me either. A few days later, I was getting a candy bar from the hospital vending machine when I spotted Mrs. Sharma and Mom talking down the hallway.
How's Juno doing now?
Still the same. And Sarah hasn't gone to school in 2 weeks. It's not like Juno is missing much either way, but my child is. And who knows how long that girl will be a vegetable anyway.
Just then, Juno's mother appeared around the corner, looking furious.
If this is how you talk about my daughter, I don't want you here. And take your precious child with you. Our family's going through a lot already. We don't need you to make it worse.
No, wait, I'm so sorry. But her mom just walked into Juno's room, slamming the door shut in my face. Mom reached for my arm, but I jerked it away and ran off in tears. And that was the last time I saw Juno. I found out a few days later that her family moved her to a facility in another town for better treatment, but no one told me where exactly or how to get in touch. Something broke between me and Mom after that. Not that she was ever great at emotions, but when I needed her the most, she offered me no comfort or apology. She gave me nothing. And because of her, I treated the one person who cared like she didn't matter. And I never even got to say goodbye. After that, I turned exactly into what Mom wanted. An overachieving, emotionless machine. I studied through birthdays, holidays, and mental breakdowns. I skipped meals, skipped grades, and skipped childhood entirely. By 15, I had a high school diploma and a full-ride scholarship to a great university in the city. So, Mom and I packed our bags and left. Then in my second semester, I pitched the idea of a fashion app for a class project. So, you upload photos of your clothes, and Stash Tag scans, tags, and sorts everything. Then it builds outfit combinations, finds discounts on matching items, and even connects you to a resale platform for stuff you don't use anymore. Basically, it's your closet, but smarter. My professor loved it and said he knew people who'd be very interested. Before I knew it, I was pitching the idea to real investors. And then, Stash Tag blew up overnight. TikTok lost its mind. Fashion bloggers and stylists were calling it revolutionary. And just like that, I became a millionaire before I was legally allowed to drive. We had everything Mom ever dreamed of. A house bigger than any she'd cleaned. Respect. Security. She even started her own business called Bright Minds Academy, a prep center for SATs and college applications built on the slogan, I raised a genius. Let me help you raise one too. I was happy for her, really. I'd worked hard so she could live this life one day. But I'd also worked hard to get away from her. So, at 19, I'd quietly applied to a master's program in literature some months ago, just because I wanted to do something for me. The university was across the country, and my flight was tomorrow. I was going to tell her tonight, over dinner. And then, I got the phone call from Mom's secretary.
Miss Sarah, your mom slipped down some stairs. You need to come to the hospital immediately.
The next few weeks went by in a haze of test results and doctor consults. Mom had suffered a spinal injury and head trauma, and she still hadn't woken up. And then one night, I was jolted from my sleep with a smack on my face. Ow! What the heck? Oh my God, Mom? You're awake! Get away from me. Who are you? Where am I? What? Mom, it's me, Sarah. It's okay. You had an accident. I don't know you. I don't want to be here.
She yanked the blanket off herself, but she couldn't get off the bed. Why can't I move my legs? Mom, please, calm down. What did you do to me? What's wrong with me? Just then, some medical staff rushed in and calmed Mom down by giving her sedatives. And the next morning, the head doctor gave me his diagnosis.
Your mother's spinal trauma caused temporary paralysis from the waist down, which will be fixed with physiotherapy and she will walk soon. But mentally, it seems like she reverted to when she was 8 years old, and we don't know if it's permanent.
So, are you saying she doesn't remember me?
She only remembers some of her childhood. So yes, she has no awareness of who she became as an adult or who you are. I know this is a lot to process, but we will help you both adjust.
First, she ruled my life as my mother. Now, she'd forgotten that entirely and was about to rule it as an 8-year-old. She got to be a child again, and somehow I still wasn't allowed to be. After a few days of making her understand the situation, the doctor said I could take Mom home. I knew she was confused and scared, and she'd act out, but I had no idea what I was in for. I hired qualified nurses and maids for her, and she kept chasing them all away.
She pushed me in the bathtub!
She locked me in the supply closet and wouldn't even let me out to pee!
She headbutted me when I tried to wake her up for lunch.
I decided to take some Zoom meetings from home to keep an eye on her. And I had a new surprise waiting for me every day. Like the whoopee cushion she placed on my chair, which made a big fart noise the second I sat down. And the next day, I jumped up in pain when I sat on a toy porcupine. And the day after that, I didn't find anything on my chair. But as soon as I sat down, my feet landed straight into a tray of green slime. I was so sick of her stupid tricks. Especially when I found out she was funding them with my Amazon account. And anytime I tried to talk to her, it was just so difficult to get through. So, the doctor said I shouldn't call you Mom anymore since it makes you so uncomfortable. Yeah, also because I'm not your mom. Right. So I'll just call you Mary then. Nope. Only my friends call me that. You can call me Your Majesty. Yeah, that's not happening. Suit yourself. Mary, can you please put that away and eat your food? You need to take your meds after this. Mary? 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 Your Majesty? Yes, servant. Please finish your food. Okay, servant. Don't you think that sounds a lot better than Sarah? There was a girl in my class named Sarah, and I hated her. Then why did you name me Sarah? I don't remember naming you, but if I did, maybe it's because I hated you too. Her childish, spiteful words got under my skin, and I just wanted to scream. A few days later, I took her grocery shopping with me, and after she kept chucking vegetables out of my cart and throwing in candy, I told her caretaker to wait with her at the front of the store. Gosh, I just needed a few minutes of peace.
Hey, excuse me? Just wanted to say something.
Sorry, I don't want to fill a survey or sample any products.
That's not what I was gonna...
Also, I'm running late for something, so...
Okay, cool story. Just wanted to know if the note stuck to your butt was a deliberate fashion choice.
Wait, what? I turned around and pulled a paper off my skirt. Kick me, I'm stupid and boring. Ugh, my mom did this.
That's a bit immature.
Yeah, well... She's the worst 8-year-old ever.
I'm sorry, did you say 8?
Just then, I heard a loud crash and went running to the front to see cans of tuna on the floor, right next to her caretaker. Where's Mom?
She pushed me into the tuna display and bolted outside.
As I dashed out the door, the guy caught up with me.
I'll help you find her. So, am I looking for a grown woman or an 8-year-old?
She looks 40, but she's mentally 8. She's in a wheelchair, and she rolls super fast.
Wow, I have so many questions, but okay, got it.
A passerby overheard us and said he'd seen a woman in a wheelchair going to the park nearby. As we ran down the jogging path, I suddenly spotted her. Oh my God, she's heading for the balloon vendor. Mom crashed straight into the balloon stand,
The vendor tripped, balloons flew away, and kids screamed. As we shouted apologies and finally caught up with Mom, I grabbed the handles of the wheelchair, and then she flung herself onto the ground.
Please help me. My daughter is so mean. She says I deserve to be in a wheelchair because I'm ugly.
Oh, now I'm your daughter? Cut it out.
And she doesn't even let me watch MSA, but you definitely should. Like and subscribe now. She's just jealous of the amazing main characters because they're all prettier than her and smarter and better.
Will you stop talking?
That's how she screams at me all the time. I know one day she will get rid of me so her shady boyfriend with weird tattoos can move into my room. Someone call the police! Help!
It took me 10 minutes and a giant ice cream cone to finally make Mom shut up. I called my driver to bring the car around, and as Mom's caretaker helped her in, Adam loaded her wheelchair in the trunk and turned to me.
So, do you have a shady boyfriend with weird tattoos?
Ugh, of course I don't.
Great. In that case, would you like to go out with me sometime?
Seriously? You want to ask me out after all this?
It's the most alive I've felt on a Tuesday afternoon in years. Look, it seems like you have a lot on your plate, but if you ever feel like venting over coffee, let me know.
He handed me his business card before he left, and I found myself smiling all the way home. Later that evening, I couldn't find his card in my pockets. Then I remembered I'd put it in one of the grocery bags, so I went looking for it. I was sure I put that guy's card here.
I saw it in the trash a while ago.
The chocolate cake I brought today? Why is it in here?
I threw it out. I can't stand the sight of chocolate cake. Oh, and I just remembered. I threw the card in the fireplace.
Why would you do that?
Just for funsies.
That's it. I'm done being nice to you. You are not helpless. You know exactly what you're doing. You think you can live under my roof, eat my food, disrespect me all the time, and I'll just keep taking it? No! And since you have nowhere else to go, you will respect me, and you will follow my rules, or there will be consequences. I knew I shouldn't have snapped, but for once, she looked at me and didn't see someone she could push around. In the next few weeks, I told myself it was just tough love, that I was hard on her for her own good, like telling her not to waste her brain on useless things. Are you 6? Or too slow to handle a book without pictures?
I like this stuff.
A guy with laser eyes just blew up a soda machine. Yeah? Well, I like the idea of you not staying dumb forever. I snatched the comic and replaced it with a math textbook. Start with the first chapter. I'll be quizzing you. And of course, it was my job to make sure she had a good diet as well as discipline. No sugar after 8 p.m. You've got the brain of an 8-year-old. Not the metabolism. And I didn't need to praise her for every small thing, right? Even if it was her starting to walk. See that? I'm getting better every day.
Congrats. Did you want a trophy for something as basic as walking?
No, just showing you I'm almost ready to run. Great. Maybe you can start off by running to a job interview. You think I can't survive without you? Please, I know you can't. But I knew I was becoming my mother, and I didn't know how to stop, or if I even wanted to. A couple of days later, I had to go into the office, and just as I got out of the car, I was surrounded by yelling reporters and flashing cameras.
Sarah, is it true your mother ran a scam through her SAT Prep Academy?
Did she bribe colleges to admit rich kids? Were you involved?
What on earth were they talking about? I managed to escape and get into the office, and I was shell-shocked when I checked the news on TV.
Allegations have surfaced against the Bright Minds Academy, accusing CEO Mary Smith and other board members of securing Ivy League seats for wealthy students by leaking SAT answers, faking achievements, and bribing university officials.
And what about her genius daughter who launched StashTag? Are all her academic records false too? Who knows if she even built the app herself?
There were people talking about me all over social media. The whole day went by in a haze of disbelief.
How could my mom's name be at the top of a scheme that helped rich parents rig the system so their kids could skip the hard work? I finally asked my secretary to release a press statement that my mother was mentally unwell after her accident and unable to give a response. Then, I slipped out from the back entrance to avoid reporters and made it home. I stood at the door, my hands trembling on the doorknob. Then, I took a deep breath and walked in. I found Mom in the living room, watching a news channel, which she immediately switched off when she spotted me. I saw the news. I swear, I didn't do anything bad. Yes, you did. But I don't remember doing anything bad. That's the whole point. You don't remember anything. I did everything you wanted. I gave up my childhood. I worked so hard to be extraordinary. And then you just went and ruined it all. Now everyone thinks I cheated too, that I'm a fraud. And you just get to forget everything so easily. How could you do this to me, Mom? I'm sorry. I promise. I'll listen to you from now on. I just don't know what I did that was so wrong. Am I a bad person? Will I go to jail? As I looked up at her scared face, I realized that I was being so unfair. The person I wanted to scream at, to demand answers from, to hate. She wasn't here anymore. And I just had to be better than her. No, you didn't do anything bad. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll take care of everything. I promise. I shared Mom's medical records publicly, and she was exempted from the trial. But her academy was dissolved, and the other board members got 2-year prison sentences. Meanwhile, I was stuck in meeting after meeting, trying to convince journalists and investors that I had nothing to do with the scandal. One evening, I walked into the office parking lot and noticed the lights were mostly out. Just as I got close to my car, I spotted a shadowy figure leaning against it, holding something long in his hand. Without another thought, I turned and bolted, and I heard him follow me.
Hey, wait a minute!
I reached into my bag, turned around, and pepper sprayed the man in the face. He stumbled and fell to the ground. And just then, the lights came back on.
Ow, my eyes! Oh, my eyes!
Oh my God, Adam? Why were you lurking in the dark like that?
It wasn't dark when I got here.
I thought you had a weapon. Now I see it's just a baguette. Did you get it for me?
No, I bought it for my breakfast. Can you focus on maybe helping me?
I pulled out my water bottle so he could wash his eyes.
You never called, and I should have taken the hint, but no, I had to come and get maced in the face.
My mom threw the card away, so I couldn't call you.
I saw the news, and I reached out to your office many times, but your secretary never got back. I'm a PR specialist, and I wanted to offer my services if you need them, or just my support if you need that. I'm sure things have been pretty rough.
Thank you. Let's talk over dinner. I hired Adam, and he started helping me clean up my image. On his suggestion, we got my university professor to do a public interview backing my claim that Stash Tag was my original idea for a class project. Slowly, the frenzy died, and people moved on to juicier gossip. Adam and I got close in the process, and with him around, things didn't feel like they were always about to fall apart. Mom had been good lately. She was treating me well and helping around the house, and one evening, she even surprised me with a small tea party, for which she'd ordered cakes online, a chocolate one for me, and vanilla for herself. So, what's your deal with chocolate cake? Why do you hate it? After my parents' accident, I had to live with my aunt, and I hated it there, so I acted out a lot. Auntie always said chocolate cake was only for special kids with good manners, which was never me. Every birthday, my cousins got this big chocolate cake with candles and frosting, and I never did. So I started saying I hated chocolate cake. Like, if I couldn't have it, I'd pretend I didn't want it. And then, I guess I started hating it for real. I felt a lump in my throat. She'd never given me details of her childhood before, and I'd never asked. How about you try it now and
see how you feel. Mom stared at it uncertainly, then took a small bite. She seemed surprised by her own reaction and blinked hard, like she was trying not to cry.
It's really good.
Yeah? How about you and I go to Paris and try the world's best chocolate cakes? I think we both deserve some fun. Maybe my mom didn't know how to love better because no one had ever loved her right. Maybe the wrong things she'd done came from always being in survival mode and never feeling safe enough. And choosing to forgive her and being different from her, maybe that was the smartest thing I would ever do. Because letting go of your anger takes real strength and wisdom.
Breathe, little nerd, you'll be just fine. Even Einstein failed a quiz one time. Try to get a life, try to be cool. It's not life and death, it's just high school.
You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the Army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go. Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an Army man and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage. And when it came to my hair,
the brush is stuck. Ouch!
Let's watch a tutorial, okay? Before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out.
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary. Him? No, he's sweet, fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet. I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye. After that,
Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina.
And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity.
Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Play it cool. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective.
Don't worry, he can't resist me.
Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai's sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so I went down the rabbit hole of research. And when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire. My hair sample is on fire. A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Tyrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Tyrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Tyrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was, until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey, Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad.
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad? He doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. My chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You've shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow, whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way. Hi, I'm Mishi, and I live with my dad and brother Biku, who's 2 years older. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was a mountain climber, and our house was filled with trophies and awards he'd won. It was his dream that both his kids follow in his footsteps, so he started training me and Biku pretty young. I was a natural. Biku struggled a lot.
Stop climbing like an old lady, Biku! Care to pace up? We don't have all day!
Dad kept screaming. Biku got nervous and slipped. Meanwhile, I absolutely nailed my first day of training. Dad was so happy, he praised me all day long.
I'm gonna make you the best mountaineer the world has ever seen!
What about me?
What about you? A snail can climb faster than you, Biku. Being a mountaineer is not in your blood.
But it was my first time climbing, and the guy in front of me kept farting in my face. I got distracted.
Don't be a sour loser, big bro. Just accept it. I'm better than you.
Or maybe it was just dumb luck.
Relax, Snappy. I was just kidding. Don't worry. When I become a famous mountaineer, I will definitely train you to be my assistant.
I was joking, but Biku took it seriously and flung his shoe at my head. I ducked, and it hit Dad's trophy shelf, and everything fell to the ground.
Have you gone completely crazy, Biku? It's bad enough that you're an absolute embarrassment, and now you're disrespecting my achievements? You're grounded for a week!
Biku ran to his room crying, and since then, he just hated me for being Dad's favorite. Every time Dad would praise me, Biku would get angry and do crazy things. This one time, he filled my bed with sand, and another time, I opened my bag and saw a huge spider on my books. I was so scared I almost passed out.
Not so tough now, are we?
What's the matter with you? You know I hate spiders.
And I hate you, but I'm dealing with it.
That makes no sense.
But Biku just grinned and left. Soon after, Dad started training me, and by 13, I was winning competitions all over town. But one day during training, Dad slipped and injured his knee. He was put on bed rest, and while I stayed up all night looking after him, Biku hardly came to see him. Instead, he skipped school, failed his classes, and started dating this girl in our school, Leela. She was my dad's colleague's daughter, a national-level climber, and my biggest competitor. At first, I thought Biku was dating her to get back at me, but one night while I was getting some water, I saw Biku enter Dad's room. I peeked in and saw him stealing from Dad's wallet. What are you doing?
What does it look like? I need money for my date with Leela, and since Dad won't give any, I decided to take it myself. All his money belongs to me anyway. I'm his rightful heir, and you're just an extra.
I'm not letting you steal.
Bite me.
I tried snatching the wallet, but Biku held on to it tight. We fell into a fight and went crashing into Dad's desk. He woke up, and I had no choice but to tell him the truth.
Just when I think you can't embarrass me further, you go ahead and break your own record. I swear I will send you to a military school if you don't mend your ways.
Biku left quietly, and we didn't talk much after that. Dad got better, and we started training for a huge national competition. And every climber in the country, including Leela, was participating. One day at practice, I was slowly making my way up the climbing wall when I heard Leela behind me.
Can you move faster? I don't want to stare at your butt all day. I'm sure you can find your way around. I can, but I don't want to. Try the wall for amateurs the next time. You're clearly too slow for this one.
What's your problem?
It's simple. I hate slowpokes.
Leela nudged at me, and I lost my balance. I would have fallen to the ground, but my harness saved me. I was so mad at her, but I decided to get even at the competition and worked twice as hard. On the day of the competition, I felt confident, but just as I started climbing, I slipped and landed on my butt. I lost the competition, and Leela ended up winning the first prize. But that wasn't the worst part, because the next day, I was in the girls' changing room and heard Leela talking to her friends. Why are you dating that loser Biku? He looks like a frog. Well, that frog pays for all my shopping, and he's so charmed by me. In fact, he is so blind in love that he sabotaged his own sister. Totally worked in my favor. Leela went on to say that Piku was the one who scratched the sole of my boot so I would slip and lose the competition. I quickly took out my phone, recorded the conversation, and went outside. Leela looked startled to see me. What are you doing here, loser? It's bad manners to hear other people's conversations. You're one to talk about manners, you lying witch. You've got to come clean to the authorities about the competition or what? You're gonna hurt me, chicken legs? You're definitely asking for it. I wasn't, but I am now. Leela tugged at my hair and pushed me hard. I tried to push her away, but I slipped on something and my head hit the lockers. And the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with a cast around my hand and Piku standing in a corner. Hot tears filled my eyes as I got up and slapped Piku across his face. I know you ruined my boots to help your sick girlfriend, and don't you dare deny it. I have her confession on my phone. You know, Piku, I always thought that even though we fought a lot, one day you would turn around and tell me how much you love me or that you're proud of me, but all you've ever done is hate me. Why?
Because you spoiled everything. I'm the boy. I'm supposed to get all the love and affection, but I just feel invisible in my own house.
That's not my fault. If you try to be better, Dad would love you too, but you keep messing everything up. That Leela doesn't even like you. She says you look like a frog, and she used you to get even with me.
You're just saying that to hurt me. Leela loves me.
No, she doesn't. She's a lying witch, but you're so dumb and blind that you fell for her tricks and ended up hurting your own sister. I hate you, Piku. Just get out. Piku tried talking to me, but I was too mad to respond. I told Dad everything, and he gave the recording to the authorities. Leela ended up getting expelled, and I never saw her again. The next morning, Dad spoke to his friends at the military school, and a week later, Piku was gone. I missed him, but I guess it was for the best. It took me some time to recover, but eventually, I got better and started climbing again. When I turned 18, I was chosen to represent my school at the International Camp for Young Mountaineers. On my first day, I was pretty excited until I went to my room and saw Leela. You've got to be kidding me. No way I'm sharing a room with you. Wait, Mishi, I'm sorry for what happened. I never meant to hurt you. But you did. I can never forgive you. At least give me a chance to make it up to you. It's too late. I thought I was clear with Leela, but she just got clingier. She left flowers by my bedside, brought me coffee, and left chocolates under my pillow. It was creepy, but I could see she was trying. Then one day during training, the camp instructor announced a challenge where we had to climb a huge wall. As soon as the buzzer went off, I sprang into action, and everything was going great until I saw Leela slip and hurt her ankle. She howled in pain as I rushed to help her up and sat her down on a bench. Why'd you help me? Because you were in pain. Don't think that I've forgiven you. Look, I know what I did was wrong, but I never asked Piku to ruin your boots. He did that all on his own. That's supposed to make me feel better? Piku was stealing from Dad to take you out on dates and shopping. Did you know that? No, I never asked him to do that either. Look, Mishi, what's done is done, and I'm sorry for it. We can either stay in the past and be bitter, or move on and be happier. I guess, but it can't happen overnight. I'll wait. Leela and I slowly became friends. After the camp ended, we went to training together and joined our dads on expeditions. Leela was still competitive, but it was fun having her around. But then, Leela found a boyfriend and she was always distracted. She was bunking training sessions and hardly showed up for work. This one time, we were leading a team to one of the toughest treks, and while I explained the procedure, Leela was busy texting. Okay, so we need to use the hack hammer a lot since it's a steep climb. Leela, are you listening? Yes, totally. Really? Then repeat what I said. Okay, fine, I wasn't paying attention. But we've already been through this so many times. I know what to do. No, you don't. Last week, you turned up late for an expedition. And then the week before, you almost cost us a rescue mission because you were texting in the middle of the climb. It's called multitasking. We are leading a team this time. It's a huge deal. So get your head back in the game or I can go on my own. Fine, count me out then. Leela didn't show up for the trek the next day, and I was too busy to care. After hours of climbing, my team and I stopped at a small cafe. I was waiting for my coffee when the most gorgeous boy walked up to me.
Care for some hot chocolate? It's my specialty.
I love chocolate boys. I love boys who make chocolate. I love chocolate.
Whatever you say. I'm Danish, by the way.
Mishi, Danish and I ended up talking all evening. He was a few years older and had migrated with his family from India. He was running a cafe, but mountaineering was his real passion. And eventually, he joined us on the trek. After the trek ended, Danish and I asked me out for dinner, and we were sitting by the mountains when he leaned in for a kiss. But when we pulled away, he looked worried. Was that not good?
It's everything I imagined, but Mishi, my parents are really orthodox and would only like me to date someone they choose. So until I talk to them first, you can't tell anyone that we're together. Promise me.
I found it a little weird, but Danish was already looking stressed, so I agreed. We started dating officially, and things were going smoothly, but it killed me that I couldn't share this amazing news with Leela, who was still mad at me. So I decided to be the bigger person and get her dessert from Danish's cafe, where I found Leela making out with Danish. What the heck? Get away from my boyfriend. Did you hit your head somewhere? Danish is with me. No, he's not. We both turned to Danish, who looked like a deer in headlights, and then ran for his life. I don't believe this, Mishi. How could you stab me in the back after everything we've been through? I stabbed you in the back? You're the one who never told me about your secret boyfriend, and it's not the first time I've caught you lying anyways. Seriously? In that case, Danish asked me out first, so if anyone's at fault here, it's you. He wouldn't have had to come to me if he liked you enough. Okay, that was harsh. I take that back. Don't bother. Lena flung her bag and walked away. I followed her, apologizing, but she simply ignored me and left. I even tried calling her 1,000,000 times, but she didn't answer. I felt so lost. My best friend thought I'd betrayed her, and the first boy I kissed turned out to be a snake. Just when I thought I'd hit rock bottom, I came home to Biku waiting for me in the living room. What are you doing here?
It's Dad!
Biku told me that a few hours back, he received a phone call that Dad and his team had gone on a rescue mission to Everest, and they were missing.
It's been more than 12 hours since they last got in touch with the base team.
Aren't they sending another search team?
It's a very dangerous climb. No one wants to attempt it.
If no one will go, then I will.
Did you not hear the part about the climb being dangerous? You're not going anywhere.
Stop acting like you have any control over me. You lost that right a long time back. Saying that, I grabbed my gear and left. I took a bus to the mountain rescue headquarters. I was packing up a few things when Leela walked in with Biku behind her. What is this? Some kind of lover's reunion? I heard about your dad and went home to see you when Biku told me you've already left for the headquarters, and now I'm coming with you.
So am I.
You don't know jack about climbing, Biku.
I'm coming from a military school. Trust me, I can do this.
It's too dangerous. Then we'll face it together. That's what friends are for. Well, that and dating the same guy, but who's counting? Leela and I hugged and made up and left to look for Dad early in the morning. When we reached the base of Mount Everest, I gulped. I'd climbed cliffs before, but this was the tallest mountain in the world. It was freezing cold when we started climbing, and at one point, Leela almost slipped, but I caught her and pulled her to safety. We reached the top of the mountain, and ahead was a stretch full of white snow. And then suddenly, I saw Dad waving back at me. I ran and hugged Dad tight as he told me that he and his crew were hit with bad weather and were hiding in a cave till the weather got better. They had a few minor injuries, but no one was seriously harmed. We quickly went back to base before the weather got bad again. Biku saw us and came running.
I'm so glad you're okay, Dad. There's so much I want to say, but let me start by saying sorry. Sorry for being a horrible son and brother. I guess I felt so invisible. I just wanted to get your attention somehow.
And that's partially my fault. I was so focused on Mishi, I couldn't pay you the attention you deserve, and that pushed you away further. And for that, I'm sorry.
And Mishi, I don't know if you'll ever forgive me, but all I can say is I will do better and earn your apology.
It might take me some time, but I'm sure we can work things through. And I'm sorry for screaming at you because of a boy. You're my best friend, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. So what do you say, best friends? Fine, but no hugs. Too late. And that's when I knew that people who are meant to be in your life will always find a way back. Hi, I'm Summer, and I'm a famous blogger. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a rich, single mother who owned a successful chain of hotels. Growing up, we were constantly knocking heads. She wanted me to eventually take over the family business, but I was obsessed with fashion. I launched my YouTube channel at 15, and in 3 years, I became a popular fashion influencer with over 500,000 subscribers. But Mom still wasn't convinced. One night, as I was getting ready for a yacht party, Mom came into my room with my acceptance letter to a top fashion college in France. What's this? Not now, Mom. I don't care, Summer. Quit playing around and focus on a real career instead of some foolish dream. I'm not paying for this. I don't need your money. I need you to start taking me seriously and understand that I want to do this. Why couldn't she just support my dreams? I was so relieved to see my boyfriend Charlie at the party. But 5 minutes into the event, he dragged me into a corner. Listen, babe, I don't think it's working out between us anymore. What? You're breaking up with me? Yep. You're too, basic for me. I just don't feel the sparks anymore. I was basic? He promised me the world just yesterday, and now he was dumping me? I got so furious, I grabbed a tray next to me and shoved it in his face before leaving. That should show him all the sparks he was missing. I'd only gone a few steps when I crashed into a waiter, and the next thing, I was dripping with spaghetti sauce. Are you blind? You ruined my dress! You ran into me, Miss Button Eyes. Now about that dress, go to a dry cleaner. The guy shoved some money into my hands and walked away. What an A-class jerk! Luckily, the yacht hadn't left the dock yet, so before things could get worse, I called my driver and went home. The next morning when I entered school, everyone looked at me with pitying eyes. Great, just what I needed. I felt a little better when my best friend/manager Dove showed up with my favorite coffee. OMG, girl, this must be such a shock. How are you feeling? I've been better. Poor baby, I can't imagine. Dumping you for Harriet? That's harsh. Harriet? As in my arch nemesis, Harriet? She and I never got along, and when she copied my ideas for her YouTube channel, I knew she was a good-for-nothing witch. I spotted her minutes later, ready to give her a piece of my mind. First my ideas, and now my boyfriend? Is anything about you original? It's not my fault that Charlie would rather be with me, and it's only a matter of time before I take your sponsors too, and then all your followers. Dream on. Charlie's an idiot, so you kinda did me a favor, and my sponsors won't leave me. I have them wrapped around my fingers, and my followers practically kiss the ground I walk on. Of course, I didn't mean a word I said. It was only to piss off Harriet. Besides, I was focused on building my college fund since Mom refused to pay for it. I had my savings, and soon I'd have enough to put me through with my new sponsorship. But the very next morning, my world exploded. Someone had hacked into my account and posted my conversation with Harriet. I quickly deleted it, but the damage was done. I was getting hate comments, and my followers were dropping by the second. Just then, Dove rushed in. I just got a call from 3 sponsors saying they're canceling their contracts with you. Told you this fashion stuff is stupid. Now, if you're done goofing around, can we decide seriously about college? No way. I'm gonna turn this around. You better, or you'll do as I say. This is your last chance. That's not fair. But Mom was already headed out the door. What a mess. I was pretty sure Harriet was behind this, so I rushed to the school to confront her. But just as I crossed the school field, I tripped and someone caught me just in time. We meet again. He was the waiter from that night. You! Ever since I met you, my life's been a mess. Don't blame me for your troubles, princess. Now, if you're done being blind for the day, could you move? You're spoiling the view. I looked over to see that he was busy painting a trash can? That dumpster is your view? He rolled his eyes and put on his headphones, completely ignoring me. Ugh, such a bozo. I continued on my way, and minutes later, I spotted Harriet in the cafeteria with Charlie. Tell me you had nothing to do with that stupid video. Oh, but I did. Besides being a fashion icon, I also happen to be a genius hacker. Why would you stoop this low? You called my baby an idiot. I had to do something. I wasn't kidding when I said that. I made Charlie popular. Strip all that attitude away, and he's nothing but a guy with an IQ of a tree. I can easily get another boyfriend anytime I want. Fine, prove it. Prom's in 2 weeks. If you find a date before that, I'll eat my words, take responsibility for the video, and say I made it all up. That should get your sponsors back. Deal? And why would I trust you when all you've done is lie and steal? Suddenly, Harriet climbed onto the table. Everyone, I have a confession. I went behind her back to steal her ideas. I'm sorry. Summer, you're the fashion queen. What the heck was that? Proof that I'll keep my word. I didn't want any bet with Harriet, but doing this was the only way to get her off my back and get my sponsors. Deal. The next guy who walks into that door will be my new boyfriend. I prayed someone hot would come through the door, but I almost fainted when I saw who it was. Oh, God, no. The weird painter-waiter guy. I've already won. We'll see. I went to find Dove and told her everything. Even though she thought I was crazy, she agreed to help me. Dove was the student body president, so she could get me all the information I needed on him. His name is Martin, He transferred to our school last year and runs the school's art club. Perfect. That's where I'll start. But you know nothing about art. Of course I do. Makeup's art too. I decided to put my plan into motion by visiting Martin's art club. It was just him and 2 other guys staring at me like I was a piece of cake.
Lost your way, princess?
Call me Summer, and I'm here for my art class. Wow, did you paint that? It's amazing.
It's a dot.
It's the prettiest dot I've ever seen.
Why are you really here?
Fine. I was looking for you.
Why?
I want you to go out on a date with me. The boys in the room fell silent.
I know you think we're all pathetic, so please go and bug someone else with your jokes. I'm not interested.
Before I could say anything, he just packed his stuff and stormed off. So rude. I'm available. Ugh, as if. Later that day, Dove and I spent hours planning my next move. Just follow him around. You'll find something that you could use. I took her advice, and later when I saw him leaving the school, I followed him. I saw him park his bike near a cafe. I got down and peeked from the window to see him hugging a girl my age. Was he already dating someone? This could ruin my whole plan. I saw her leave for the bathroom and went in.
You know, stalking is illegal in all 50 states.
What? I'm just here for some coffee. That's not illegal, right? I'll have a latte, please. Martin made a face and left me to get my order. Just then, the same girl he was hugging approached me. She said she was a huge fan and wanted to say hi. Her name was Jane, and she was Martin's younger sister. Oh, thank God. As we chatted, I realized how different the 2 siblings were. She was so sweet and nothing like her sour brother. Their father was a sailor and was often away, so they lived with their grandmother and helped her run the coffee shop.
Don't you have work to do, Jane? And you, here's your order. Take it and go, won't you?
Slow down, tough guy. We're having a conversation. I'll pay for her time.
Unlike you, some of us have to work to get money.
I work hard too, you know. It's not easy to follow your dreams when... forget it. I just turned and left. I wasn't going to allow him to talk down to me. I'd only taken a few steps when I remembered I had to make him date me to win that stupid bet. Ugh. Just then, Martin caught up with me.
Hey, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
So does that mean you'll go out with me?
Why? You haven't noticed me in a year. So why now?
Because I find you interesting. Think of this as an apology for not noticing you.
Since you won't leave me alone, fine, but I'll pick the place.
Deal. We exchanged numbers, and I left feeling proud of myself. Soon after, Martin texted me the address and asked me to come there at 6 a.m. sharp. Who wakes up that early on the weekend? But I had no choice, so I arrived 5 minutes early at some random dock. Suddenly, I spotted him working on one of the boats, shirtless, with the abs of a Greek god. Yummy crackerjackers.
You're early.
Yeah. So what's the plan? He reached his arm out to help me into the boat. As soon as I took one step, I stumbled, and Martin pulled me close to keep me from falling.
You wanted a date, right? So let's take you on one.
On a boat? They're kinda unlucky for me.
So you're backing out, scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat my butt. Let's do this, sailor boy. Martin smirked at me as we untied the boat and set out onto the water. So you're a painter, sailor, waiter, anything else I should know?
You ask too many questions.
You never ask any.
What do you want to know?
You paint all the time, but no one has ever seen any of your finished stuff. Why's that?
I paint to escape the world, but I don't think I'm ready for people to see it. It's my passion, not my career.
Why not? If you're good at it, it should be your career too.
Not everyone has your confidence, fashion queen.
So, you've seen my videos, huh?
I have a sister, remember?
We laughed and talked more before he dropped me back. That entire night, I couldn't wait to go to school and see him again. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Soon after, Martin and I were always together. We would talk for hours, and once, he even agreed to paint me for one of my videos. My followers couldn't get enough of him.
Is he your new boyfriend?
He's so much cuter than Charlie. I didn't confirm the rumors, but my numbers were rising, and Harriet was not looking happy. A few days later, we had an art exhibition in our hotel, and I invited Martin. I was over the moon when he agreed, but when I saw him, I was blown away. Wow, you clean up well?
Even nerds can look good, and you.
I know. I showed him around, and we were having a great time, till Mom interrupted. The Dean of Yale is here. Go meet him and be nice. Can't, Mom. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Mom gave me a stern look, but I took Martin's hand and walked into the garden.
What was that about?
Nothing, just Mom being Mom. She wants me to take over the family business, but I have no interest in it. My YouTube channel means everything to me. It's what I'm good at. I'm not giving up.
I think you're brave.
Suddenly, I felt Martin's hand in mine, and my heart started racing.
Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
In a couple of minutes, we were parked outside his cafe. He closed my eyes and led me inside. Are you planning on kidnapping me? Another side passion?
Just wait for it. You're the first person who's ever come down here. After my mom.
I opened my eyes to a room full of phenomenal paintings. You did these? They're amazing. People should know how talented you are. You should do an exhibition. I'll talk to my mom.
Right now, all I wanted was for you to see them. I never thought I'd say this, but Summer, I like you.
I felt my stomach doing wild spins as Martin bent down to kiss me. But just then, I snapped out of it and pulled away. I gotta go.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. It's just late. I'll see you in school. Bye. I ran as fast as I could to get away from him. I was head over heels in love with this guy, and he was perfect. But I was lying to him, and that was wrong. I told Dove about what had happened the next day. You have to talk to him and explain the situation. I'm sure he'll understand that you made a bet to save your channel. What if he doesn't? It'll break his heart. He needs to know the truth, Summer. Dove was right, and I had to do it right away. As I walked into the cafeteria later looking for him, I found Martin on his knees with a banner, asking me out to prom. Martin, there's something I need to... Oh my God, Summer, that's so cute. I turned around to see Harriet walking in our direction. Go away, Harriet. What's your name? Sharton? No. Farton? Oh, I remember. Martin, right? Congratulations, dude. Your girlfriend just won a bet. Shut up, moron.
Am I missing something?
You don't know. Your girlfriend here just placed a bet that she could make anyone her boyfriend. And well, you just ended up being the random dude she picked. Don't you feel special? Don't listen to her. She's just an idiot. Oh, but I'm smarter than you think. Harriet pulled out her phone and played an audio clip of me and Dove talking about how I'd made a bet to save the channel.
So, I was a bet? I thought you actually liked me. I should have known. This was too good to be true.
Wait, I can explain. I felt my heart crush as he stormed off furiously. I tried to call out to him, but he ignored me completely. Well, that was embarrassing. But a bet's a bet, and I'm a lady of my word. I'll tell everyone I'm a genius hacker and I was behind the video. I felt like I didn't even care. All I cared about was losing Martin. Harriet actually kept her side of the bet, and I got almost all of my sponsors back. But nothing made me happy anymore. I even planned on skipping prom, but Dove forced me to get dressed. Just then, Mom walked in.
So, guess you got your sponsors back, but...
Not the right time, Mom.
I just came here to tell you, I'll pay for your fashion school. You've worked hard, and you deserve a shot. Let's see how good you are.
I couldn't believe my ears, and I realized that if I could change her mind, I could do the same for Martin. All I needed was a chance to make him hear my side of the story. I hugged Mom tight and rushed to his cafe, but it was closed. I called his house, and his grandmother told me that his father had shown up and they were leaving for a sailing trip for a year. It'd be too late by then. I rushed to the docks and was just in time. Wait, you can't take that. That's my portrait.
I made it, so it's mine. What are you even doing here? Don't you have a prom to get to?
Not without my date.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before lying to me.
I know, but I was afraid to lose you. I thought it mattered what people said, but after meeting you, I only cared about how you felt. I'm sorry, I was stupid, but I love you, Martin.
You really mean it?
Of course. I love you, you weird waiter painter guy.
Then I guess I'll stay.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and it was worth the wait. You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to her old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea, and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20.
$30. Final offer.
The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy. And that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs.
Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius.
We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated. But then, I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was going to start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh, if it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail. Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke. Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home, completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side. Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys, and she was always sick. Since Mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even Mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, Mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but Mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake, and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son, and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when Mom found out, she went ballistic on me. Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us, and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while. Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it. I'll just wear it later. What are you saying? Come here. Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed. I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left. Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger? Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age. You're thinking too much. Here, I got you these. Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well. Oh, I want to pluck out my ears, they cry so much. I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys. Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that? Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk? Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. You get the point, right? And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out. What do you think you're doing?
I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look.
Wow, that's me? Yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep.
I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee?
Fine, but I want a copy. Deal. Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight.
Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating.
I've always wanted to make movies, and I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid.
Oh yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins. Okay, I believe you.
Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail.
Really? That was on your mind?
Well, that and something else.
With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along. But the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing. Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet?
Actually, yeah. He has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one.
Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe. Come on, Blake, that's not very nice. What? I'm kidding. I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes.
Eli.
Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles. What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something. Could you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring. So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you. And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside.
What's the matter with you, Blake?
What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but what?
Your sister's not normal.
And you are? You're so boring, if someone stole your identity, they'd give it up because it sucks.
You really need to watch your tongue.
And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger.
I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere.
You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister. I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem. I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking. Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that? I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli. You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it. I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys. Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one. But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli? Who's Eli? Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years for my own life? Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear? Mom left, and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things, or are you ignoring me? Neither. I'm just busy. So, I told my mom I want to make movies, and she went bonkers, but look, Carly, you and your family have issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say. But you told me to live my life. You said... Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore. Eli, wait. Tell your sister she won. I felt frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always. And you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kind of bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom. What's wrong? Is Blake okay? Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you? Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that? Because you never have. Not since we were kids. Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake... No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here? Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake. Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything. I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family and this would have made you sad. But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away. I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm going to go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it going to be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day, when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm going to sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just going to pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm going to smash your car, and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually, we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place, and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day, choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head? I wasn't. He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out. What are you doing here? Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down. I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here. Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away.
Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm going to tell the principal about you.
The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile.
Did you see that? I wasn't scared, and what you said worked.
After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt, but he had a weird reaction.
No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me.
Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me. I want to see the manager right now and get you fired. But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him.
Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress?
As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me.
Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone.
I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me.
I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that?
Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me.
What happened? Was that guy bothering you?
I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire.
What are you, nuts? Did you want to die?
Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself.
Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt.
Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile.
I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check.
This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness.
What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina.
What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad?
Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay?
Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James, too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me.
Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left?
No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes.
What do you want to know about me, Marina?
Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me?
My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but...
Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say any more. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears,
I love you, Marina.
Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me. Hey, are you all right? I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James. He left, Marina, and he's never coming back. He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery. I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings. Gosh, there was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me. I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and... Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way. What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron. Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him. Then why won't you say yes to me? I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here? How dare you touch her, you filthy. I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time? Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you. Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures? What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything. What? What do you mean? That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there, and I asked him to inform you. What? I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now. Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him? Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you. But those messages from your phone and those posts. I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures. Timmy, I can't believe you. You son of a witch. No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that. Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
I was on my way back to the sorority house after a party when I saw it, and it left my blood boiling. The entire place was covered in toilet paper, and the inside was turned upside down. It was like a tornado flew in and destroyed everything in its path. On the living room wall were the spray-painted words, "Happy Halloween, Princess." I knew exactly who my culprit was.
Stupid frat boys, you are all dead meat.
Hey, I'm Rue from New York, and my life was pretty great until I decided to take my revenge on the frat boys on campus. Like and subscribe so I can tell you how a simple plan turned into something I could never have imagined. And trust me, it's not what you think. My dad was very successful, so some people called me spoiled, but it's not wrong to have everything you want if you deserve it, right? The frat boys hate us. Well, me most of all. I mean, is it really my fault that I'm one of the richest and most popular girls in school? Every time I walk by, they have to say something. "Hey, princess, didn't bring your carriage to university?" You weren't there to pull it, so I got my brand new, one-of-a-kind Rolls Royce. See? Makes your car look like a wagon. We always got on each other's nerves. When I saw what they did to our sorority house, I knew I would get revenge. One night, I sneaked into the frat house when none of them were there, blocked the drains and the sinks and the showers, and opened up all the taps in the house. Try going to swim practice in your own house, boys. I left the water gushing and ran out. That's when I bumped into someone, a security guard. "What are you doing here after dark?" "Oh, I just had to drop something off." But I was cut off when the windows broke open and all the water rushed out like a dam. Oy vey. I was immediately taken to the dean's office and suspended for a week. Fine with me. I'll take the vacation. But then, as a punishment for destroying university property, I had to go and serve food at the community center. I tried to get my dad to help and get me out of it, but he was too busy
busy, so I had to go. I had never been to that side of town, and I was terrified. It was dark and dingy, and everyone stared at me. I quickly ran to the building, and after introducing myself, I was led to the kitchen at the back to wash dishes. I'm sorry, but I've never washed dishes in my life. I don't know how.
I have faith in you. Here, don't want to stain your pretty dress.
My birthday is next Friday. I won't be stuck here doing dishes and get all smelly, am I? Isn't there something else I can do? Like counting money? I'm really good at that.
There's no money to count here.
No money? Then why does this place even exist?
Never mind. Look, you want to leave as soon as possible, right? The best way to do that is to start washing dishes. Go ahead. I'll watch and make sure you're doing it right.
It wasn't like I had a choice, so I picked up a spoon and wait, I got drenched. OMG! You said this was supposed to be easy.
It usually is.
You know, it's not nice to laugh at someone's misery.
True, but you gotta admit, it was pretty funny.
Why are you here?
Just to help out.
No, I mean, what did you do to get sent here? I played this totally awesome prank on the frat boys, but got busted. What did you do?
Oh, I didn't do anything. I just have free time when I'm not working, so I come here to give an extra hand.
Wait, you do this on purpose? On your day off? For free?
Just turn the spoon down. That way it doesn't soak you. And you should wear sweats, not dresses. Put your headphones in. Enjoy. You'll get it. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye. Wait, what's your name?
Andrew.
And then he left. I did my best at washing dishes while listening to music, and actually, it wasn't so bad. And I did a pretty good job. I was kind of proud of myself. The next few days went by in a blur. Whenever I got bored, I took pictures and videos for my gram. Hashtag I work hard. Hashtag never quit. One day, I was knocked over by a clumsy older woman. Suddenly, I was covered in gross food gunk. Ugh, what have you done? These are Jimmy Choos. It's one of a kind. Do you even know how much they cost?
I'm sorry, dear. My eyesight is not very good. Don't worry, Mrs. Peters. It was an accident. She's fine. Let me help you to your seat.
I suddenly felt all eyes on me. Even Andrew looked disappointed. My cheeks got red. My face super hot. I never felt like this before. I quickly ran out and hid in a back corner of the kitchen. That's when a small hand tapped my hand.
It's just a little curry. You can wash it off, and your shoes will look brand new.
These are expensive. The color, you won't understand. Are you one of the people we serve? Where are your parents?
No, I'm Joey. Mommy's busy at work, and Drew's my neighbor. He brings me here to make sure I'm not alone, so my mom doesn't need to pay for a babysitter. He asked me to check on you, make sure you're okay.
He did? I can't believe I just yelled at that old lady. Why does he even care how I feel?
Oh,
I don't think I belong here.
He told me you're a rich girl. You're only here because you got in trouble.
I couldn't be mad. It was true. But deep down, for some reason, it hurt. That's what he thought of me? I guess the question was, why did I even care what Andrew thought of me? At the end of the day, I decided to talk to him. Andrew, I'm really sorry.
Look, Rue, it's one thing to not want to do dishes, but these people need help. You come to work parading your diamond earrings in front of people who can't even afford to eat. I asked you not to dress like that.
I did stop dressing up, and not that you need to know, but these are my mother's. She lives far away, and this is the only way I can have her with me all the time. I was so upset, I rushed out before he could respond. I couldn't understand why I was getting so worked up. I barely knew him. I don't think I had a crush. I don't know what it was. That night, instead of scrolling on my phone or shopping, I went to the storeroom and looked at the old pictures of my mom that my dad had put away. I found some old videos my mom had made of us. I loved watching how mom and dad both cared for me. I didn't know when, but I fell asleep on the floor. I woke up to the sound of the wind. There was a huge storm outside overnight. My phone was lit up with hurricane warnings. The next day, it took over an hour to get to the community center because of all the trees on the street. The minute I got there, my jaw dropped. There were more than 100 people there, wrapped in blankets, and some of them were even crying. It was chaos.
Where the heck have you been? We need all the help we can get.
What's going on? Why are there so many people?
The hurricane destroyed or damaged some houses. All these people have nowhere else to go right now. They really need our help today.
Okay. What do you need?
I'll show you. And I'm sorry about what I said about your earrings.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry too.
Okay, let's get to work.
Again, I wasn't sure why it felt so good that he apologized and things were okay between us, but there was no time to think about it. I focused on trying to help the people around me. Most of them were older people and children. I ran around with the other volunteers and served hot food and drinks, gave blankets, and dry clothes for them to change into. I was giving a cup of soup to an old lady when Joey tugged on my shirt. Joey, did something happen to your house too?
Yeah, the storm hurt it.
More and more people kept coming.
The food truck
trucks can't get here because of the storm. We're gonna run out of food and space.
I looked around at the crowd and felt my heart breaking. I knew I had to do something to help. So I decided to take all of them home. I had more than enough space and so much food. It would only be for a couple of days. Dad will be proud of me for helping. At home, with the help of all the volunteers, I was finally able to make everyone feel safe and warm. But that didn't last long because when Dad came storming in, he looked pissed.
What is going on here?
I immediately took him into his office to explain. After I told him everything, I thought he would be happy.
What is wrong with you? I want them out of my house, now. I don't care where they go, but they can't stay here.
Are you for real? These people need help. If Mom was here, she'd help.
This isn't a shelter. Get them out.
Fine, have it your way. I'll take them to a hotel.
Well, I'm not paying a single penny.
You don't have to. I've been saving my money so I could go on a trip to Paris with the sorority when we graduate.
You're going to give away all your money to these people you don't even know?
I'll save my monthly allowance.
That's money for you, not strangers. There will be no more allowances if this is how you're going to spend it.
What about graduation? You said you'd help me. You know how much going there means to me.
Not if you give all your money away.
I couldn't believe how cold-hearted he had become. All I wanted to do was get out of there. So I arranged for all the people to travel to a hotel close by, hiring 2 buses. I sat in the back where Andrew joined me.
I overheard the argument with your dad. I was trying to find the bathroom and got lost. Your house is really confusing. I'm sorry things got so bad between you two.
I can't believe he changed so much. I guess that's what you must think of all rich people. Joey told me that's what you call me.
I shouldn't have judged you. You're going out of your way to help these people you don't even know with your own money. Sorry about your Paris trip. That sounded like it would have been fun.
The other girls wanted to go for fun, but for me, never mind. It's okay. This is more important. We finally arrived at the hotel, and I went straight to the manager and spoke to him. He was more than willing to help, but he informed me that he had limited rooms left and that the money I had wouldn't be enough to cover an entire week of their stay and food. He needed to pay his staff. My mind went blank. What should I do now? I tried not to freak out in front of everyone who was looking at me for answers. And then I saw the mirror and I saw my diamond earrings, my mom's earrings. Here, will this do? Please? My puppy dog eyes worked because he agreed. All of these people finally had a place to stay, warm and safe for a while, till we figured something out. Joey's mom hugged me so tight. I started crying because I hadn't been hugged like that in a long time. All of it got too overwhelming, and I excused myself and stepped out.
You okay? Not used to so many compliments?
No, it's just I thought of my mom.
I'm sorry. When did she...
What? Oh, no. She had to leave last year after her and my dad got divorced. She went back to Paris where her family lives. I want to go see her. Dad won't help me with it, and she can't afford it, so I was saving. I know it looks like I have money, but it's all my dad's.
This was really selfless of you.
Thanks. He went back in to help everyone get settled, and then I realized why he was different from any other boy I had liked before. I actually cared what he thought of me. The other boys were all the same. They all only cared about how they looked and never did anything for anyone else. Andrew was not like anyone I knew before. The next few days went by super fast as the volunteers and I were busy helping the hotel maids and cooks since we brought so many people. One day, Andrew came up to me and handed me an envelope.
When I told everyone about what you gave up to help them, they set up an online fund for your Paris trip. Happy birthday, Rue.
Wait, what? In all the chaos, I hadn't even realized it was my birthday. I can't believe he remembered. I wanted nothing more in the world than to go to Paris and see my mom, but I couldn't accept the money when all the people here still needed so much help. So I gave it all to the shelter to fix all the damaged homes. On our last day at the hotel, as we were all getting ready to leave in the lobby, Joey ran up to me with a newspaper in hand.
Look, Lou, it's you!
And he was right. Right there in the newspaper was a picture of me and the story about how I helped so many people and what I gave up to do it. I was shocked. I always wanted to be famous, but I never thought it would be from something like this. Thank you so much, sweetheart. You're like an angel who came and saved us. So we all wanted to do something for you too. Oh, no, please. The donation was for you.
She's not talking about those donations. She's talking about these donations.
Andrew opened the lobby door, and outside were hundreds of people from town who heard about what happened and what I did. They were all leaving donations for my trip.
You helped people, so people helped you back.
All of a sudden, people began to applaud for me. And so that's how a shallow, spoiled girl became a criminal, and then something more. And I even got a little extra to bring a friend along. Come on, Andrew.